What if the number one hero never hesitated to kill? What if Izuku Midoriya wasn't born quirkless, but instead carried the blood of the most ruthless alien warriors in the universe? Today, we dive into a world where Deku still saves people, but with the brutal efficiency of a Viltrumite. Where justice means death for villains, and protection comes through absolute dominance. This is the story of Izuku Midoriya, the hero who kills without mercy, yet fights for humanity's future. Prepare yourself for heroism redefined through unlimited Viltrumite power.
Welcome, legends, to Chronos Recom. I wrote this story myself, so if you have any suggestions or what-ifs you want to see, drop it in the comments below. Also, just wanted to let you know I've got a Patreon set up now for anyone who wants to support the channel directly. You can get early access to stories, submit direct fan requests, and get exclusive content. It's totally optional, but if you want to help keep these stories coming, check it out. Links in the description. And don't forget to subscribe, like, and hit that bell so you never miss an upload. Let's dive into this story.
Izuku Midoriya stared at his hands as they trembled, not from fear, but from a rage so pure it crystallized in his veins like ice. Time slowed to a crawl as he watched his mother's body hurtle through the air, flung like a rag doll by the massive villain that had emerged from the sewers minutes earlier. "Mom!" The scream tore from his throat, raw and primal. The villain, a grotesque amalgamation of muscle and slime that towered 3 stories high, laughed. His mother's purse dangled from his massive fingers, a trophy from his casual violence. "You monster," Izuku whispered, his voice barely audible as something deep within him cracked, a dam breaking, unleashing what had always been there, dormant in his cells. "You're pure evil." His fists clenched so tightly that his nails cut into his palms, drawing blood that dripped between his fingers. The villain turned toward him, amusement dancing in his gelatinous eyes. "What's that, little boy? Did I break your... I will never forgive you for this!" Something snapped inside Izuku. The world went crimson, and a roar erupted from deep within his chest. In that moment, 14 years of dormancy ended as his Viltrumite heritage awakened. The ground beneath his feet cracked as he launched himself forward at speeds no human eye could track. His first punch connected with the villain's abdomen, and the impact sent a shockwave through the street. Windows shattered for blocks. The villain's body compressed around Izuku's fist, his eyes bulging in shock and pain. But Izuku wasn't done. Not even close. With terrifying precision, he delivered blow after blow, each one pulverizing flesh and bone. The villain tried to scream, but Izuku's fist crushed his throat before sound could escape. Blood sprayed across Izuku's face, but he didn't blink, didn't hesitate. "You took her from me!" Izuku roared, driving his fist through the villain's chest. He pulled back, viscera clinging to his arm, and struck again, and again, and again. The villain's accomplices, 3 men with minor enhancement quirks, turned to flee. Izuku's head snapped toward them, his eyes tracking their movements with inhuman precision. In less than a heartbeat, he was in front of them, blocking their escape. "Where do you think you're going?" His voice was cold, emotionless, a perfect Viltrumite tone that would have made his father proud. The first man raised his hands. "Please, kid, we didn't." Izuku moved. 1 second, the men were standing. The next, they were broken heaps on the pavement. He hadn't even registered the conscious decision to kill them. It had simply happened, as natural as breathing. The crowd that had gathered watched in horror as this green-haired child, who looked no older than 14, systematically dismantled 4 villains with his bare hands. Blood soaked the concrete. Izuku stood amidst the carnage, his school uniform splattered crimson, his eyes vacant yet somehow burning with an alien light. "Young man, stop!" The voice boomed across the devastation. All might, the symbol of peace, landed with enough force to crack the pavement. His perpetual smile was gone, replaced by a grim determination as he assessed the situation. Izuku turned to face him, unimpressed. "They killed my mother." His voice was flat, emotionless. "Your mother is alive, young Midoriya." All Might gestured to where Backdraft, a rescue hero, was carefully setting Inko Midoriya down on a stretcher. She was unconscious, but breathing. She was caught before she hit the building. She's injured, but alive. For a moment, something human flickered in Izuku's eyes. Relief, confusion, then shame. But it vanished almost instantly, replaced by the cold calculation of his Viltrumite blood. They still deserve death for what they tried to do, Izuku stated simply. All Might moved with surprising speed for his size, placing himself between Izuku and the remaining villain, who was barely clinging to life. That is not for you to decide, young man. Heroes do not execute villains. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Then perhaps I'm not meant to be a hero. I think you are, All Might said, his voice softening slightly. But this power you've displayed, it needs guidance. You can't stop me. It wasn't a threat, merely a statement of fact. All Might's eyes hardened. Today I can. The hero drew back his fist. Texas smash! The air pressure alone from All Might's punch would have killed an ordinary person. Izuku merely slid back a few feet, his hair whipping around his face. Something like respect flickered in his eyes. Your power is impressive, Izuku admitted, but I'm only just discovering mine. All Might stared at the boy, genuine concern in his eyes. Who are you, Izuku Midoriya? What are you? Izuku looked down at his blood-covered hands. I don't know, he answered honestly, but I intend to find out. 3 years passed since that day. 3 years of discovery, training, and growth. Izuku learned the truth from his mother when she recovered. The story of conquest, the wounded Viltrumite warrior who had fallen to earth, whom she had nursed back to health, and with whom she had fallen in love. The warrior who had left without knowing he had fathered a child. Izuku absorbed this knowledge with the cold pragmatism of his father's race. He was half Viltrumite, a hybrid of one of the universe's most powerful warrior races and humanity. And hybrid vigor had made him stronger than even pure-blooded Viltrumites. All Might had taken an interest in him after the incident, recognizing both the tremendous potential and the tremendous danger Izuku represented. He became a mentor of sorts, though not in the traditional sense. He couldn't teach Izuku how to use powers he didn't understand, but he could teach him about heroism, about restraint, about the responsibility that came with such overwhelming strength. Izuku listened sometimes. He respected All Might's power and position, if not always his methods. The Viltrumite blood in him scoffed at the idea of holding back, of showing mercy to those who deserved none. But the human part of him, the part raised by Izuku Midoriya's gentle hands, understood the wisdom in All Might's words. And so he trained, pushing the limits of his powers in the mountains far from civilization, where no one could be hurt if he lost control. He learned to fly, first stumbling through the air like a newborn bird, then soaring faster than sound, eventually breaking the light barrier in the upper atmosphere. He tested his strength, lifting trains, then ships, then entire buildings. His skin proved nearly impervious to harm. Bullets flattened against it, blades shattered. Fire couldn't burn him. By the time he applied to UA High School, Japan's premier hero academy, Izuku Midoriya was no longer the uncertain boy who had awakened to his heritage in blood and violence. He was something else entirely. The day of the UA entrance exam dawned clear and cold. Izuku stood outside the massive gates, watching as the other applicants filed in, chattering nervously among themselves. He wore a simple training outfit, dark green pants and a fitted black shirt that emphasized his lean but powerfully muscled physique. Get out of my way, extras! Izuku turned to see a spiky-haired blonde shouldering his way through the crowd, his face set in a permanent scowl. Their eyes met, and the blonde stopped, his scowl deepening. Midoriya, he spat. What the hell are you doing here? Katsuki Bakugo. They had attended the same middle school, though they were never friends. Bakugo had a powerful explosion quirk and the ego to match. Once, he might have intimidated Izuku. No longer. The same as you, Bakugo, Izuku replied coolly, applying to become a hero. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. You? A hero? He laughed harshly. You couldn't even protect yourself from me, and now you think... Izuku moved. One moment he was standing 5 feet away, the next he was directly in front of Bakugo, their faces inches apart. Bakugo flinched despite himself. That was before, Izuku said softly, his voice carrying a hint of the alien coldness that emerged when his Viltrumite blood ran hot. I'm different now. Bakugo's hands sparked with small explosions, a reflex when he felt threatened. What the hell happened to you? Izuku smiled, and there was nothing friendly in it. Evolution, Bakugo. pure and simple. He turned and walked toward the entrance, leaving Bakugo staring after him, for once at a loss for words. Inside the main auditorium, Present Mike explained the rules of the practical exam. Robots of varying difficulty levels would be scattered throughout a mock city. Applicants would earn points by destroying them, with more points awarded for more difficult targets. Izuku barely paid attention. He could destroy every robot in the testing ground without breaking a sweat. The challenge would be doing it in a way that showcased his potential as a hero, not just his raw power. As they were led to the testing grounds, a tall boy with glasses approached him. "Excuse me," he said formally. "I couldn't help but notice your confrontation with the loud applicant outside. Such behavior is unbecoming of potential UA students." Izuku regarded him impassively. "You mean Bakugo? He's the one who started it." "Nevertheless," the boy continued, adjusting his glasses, "we should all strive to conduct ourselves with dignity and—" "The exam is about to start," Izuku interrupted. "Save the lecture for someone who cares." The bespectacled boy looked affronted, but before he could respond, Present Mike's voice boomed across the testing ground. "Start!" While the other applicants hesitated, momentarily confused by the abrupt beginning, Izuku was already moving. He shot into the air, hovering high above the mock city to survey the battlefield. His enhanced vision picked out the robots scattered throughout the streets. Dozens of them, from one-pointers to the massive zero-pointer that Present Mike had warned was merely an obstacle to avoid. Izuku smiled. Time to show them what a Viltrumite could do. He dropped from the sky like a meteor, aiming for a cluster of three-pointers. The impact as he landed created a crater in the concrete, the shockwave alone knocking two robots off their feet. With precise, economical movements, he tore through them, ripping off limbs and punching through metal chests. For the next several minutes, Izuku was a blur of destruction. He flew from one target to the next, never wasting a movement, never using more force than necessary to disable his mechanical opponents. The other applicants watched in awe and dismay as he systematically cleared entire sections of the city. Then the ground shook. The zero-pointer, a colossal robot the size of a skyscraper, emerged from between two buildings, its red sensors scanning the area for targets. Most applicants turned and ran. Izuku flew straight toward it. "Young man, what are you doing?" Present Mike's voice crackled over the loudspeakers. "That's not a target!" Izuku ignored him, and the zero-pointer swung a massive fist at him, but he easily dodged, flying circles around the mechanical giant. Then he spotted something. A girl with brown hair trapped beneath debris, directly in the zero-pointer's path. In an instant, he was beside her. "Can you move?" he asked. She shook her head, grimacing in pain. "My leg is stuck." Izuku assessed the situation. He could free her and fly her to safety, but the zero-pointer would continue its rampage, now potentially endangering other applicants. The more permanent solution was clear. "Cover your head," he instructed the girl, then shot upward. Izuku flew to eye level with the zero-pointer, hovering before its sensors. "Looking for me?" he called out, then flew straight through the robot's head, emerging from the back in a shower of metal and sparks. The zero-pointer froze, its systems failing, then began to topple backward, away from the trapped girl and the other applicants. Izuku wasn't done, though. Before it could crash into any buildings, he positioned himself beneath the falling giant and caught it. The concrete beneath his feet cracked from the immense weight, but Izuku held firm. With a grunt of effort, he lifted the entire zero-pointer, thousands of tons of metal and machinery above his head. "Someone get that girl out," he called down to the stunned applicants below. The boy with glasses snapped out of his shock first, rushing to free the trapped girl. Once she was clear, Izuku carefully lowered the zero-pointer to the ground in an open area where it wouldn't block escape routes. As the dust settled, silence reigned across the testing ground. Every applicant, every UA staff member watching through cameras, stared in disbelief at what they had just witnessed. Present Mike's voice finally broke the silence. "Well, that's one way to handle it, I guess. 5 minutes remaining, everyone." The spell broken, the other applicants rushed back to hunting robots, though many kept glancing nervously at Izuku as he resumed his methodical destruction of the remaining targets. When the final horn sounded, Izuku stood in the center of a field of mechanical carnage. not even breathing hard. He had scored more points than any applicant in UA history, and everyone knew it. As they filed out of the testing ground, the other applicants gave him a wide berth, whispering among themselves. Only the girl he had saved approached him. "Thank you for helping me," she said, smiling shyly. "That was amazing what you did with the zero-pointer." Izuku nodded. "You're welcome. Are you injured?" "Just some scrapes and bruises. Recovery girl fixed me up." She held out her hand. "I'm Ochako Uraraka." Izuku hesitated, then shook her hand carefully, conscious of his strength. "Izuku Midoriya." "Your quirk is incredible," she continued enthusiastically. "Super strength and flight? That's like All Might and Hawks combined." "It's not exactly a quirk," Izuku replied, then stopped himself. He wasn't ready to explain his heritage to strangers, no matter how friendly they seemed. "It's complicated." Uraraka looked curious, but didn't press. "Well, whatever it is, I hope we both get into UA. It would be nice to have a friendly face in class." Izuku didn't consider himself particularly friendly, but he appreciated her lack of fear. "Yes," he agreed simply. "Good luck, Uraraka." Uraraka. As he walked away, Izuku felt the eyes of UA's faculty on him through the hidden cameras. He had made quite an impression today. The question was whether they would see him as hero material or as something to be feared. In the UA faculty viewing room, the teachers sat in stunned silence as they reviewed footage of Izuku's performance. 187 villain points, Present Mike said, breaking the silence. That's more than triple the previous record. "And he lifted the zero-pointer," Midnight added, leaning forward to study the screens. "That thing weighs at least 2,000 tons. Not even All Might has done that in front of witnesses." Principal Nezu, a small creature of indeterminate species, folded his paws thoughtfully. "All Might, you've been unusually quiet. You know something about this boy, don't you?" All Might, in his deflated true form, sighed. "Izuku Midoriya. I've been monitoring him for 3 years, ever since his powers first manifested." "Manifested?" Aizawa, the underground hero eraserhead, raised an eyebrow. "You make it sound like he wasn't born with them." "He wasn't, at least not actively," All Might explained. "Until 3 years ago, he showed no signs of any quirk or special ability. Then, during a villain attack, changed." He hesitated. "He killed 4 villains with his bare hands in less than 30 seconds. The room went silent again. "He was 14, All Might continued. "The villains had attacked his mother. He thought she was dead, and something inside him awakened. I had to use my full power just to keep him from killing the last villain. And you want this boy admitted to our hero course?" Aizawa asked incredulously. "He sounds like a time bomb." "He's learned control since then," All Might insisted, "and his heart is in the right place. He wants to be a hero." "What exactly is his quirk?" Nezu asked. "The records say he was diagnosed as quirkless as a child." All Might hesitated again. "It's not a quirk, technically. Midoriya is not entirely human. His father was from an extraterrestrial warrior race called the Viltrumites, incredibly powerful, incredibly dangerous." The faculty exchanged alarmed glances. "You're saying we have an alien applying to our school?" Present Mike asked, his voice unusually subdued. "Half alien," All Might corrected. "His mother is human, and from what I've observed, the human side of him is fighting to keep the Viltrumite side in check." "That's not reassuring," Aizawa muttered. "Think of it this way," All Might said. "Would you rather have him here, learning to be a hero under our guidance, or out there alone with no one to help him navigate his powers?" Nezu nodded slowly. "A valid point. Better to keep him where we can monitor him. Plus," Midnight added with a slight smile, "having someone who can lift a zero-pointer would be a tremendous asset against villains." "If he doesn't become one himself," Aizawa countered darkly, "I'll take personal responsibility for him," All Might said firmly. "I've been working with him already. He listens to me, sometimes." "Sometimes." Aizawa raised an eyebrow. All Might smiled weakly. "He's part Viltrumite. They're not known for their humility or obedience." Nezu tapped his paw on the table decisively. "We'll admit him, but he'll be on probation. One serious incident, one sign that he's a danger to other students, and he's out." He looked at All Might. "And you will be held responsible as you offered." All Might nodded gravely. "I understand." As the faculty continued discussing other applicants, All Might gazed at the frozen image of Izuku holding the zero-pointer aloft. The boy's face showed no strain, no fear, only the cold efficiency of a Viltrumite warrior. All Might had seen what Izuku was capable of when he lost control. But he had also seen the boy's determination to be better, to use his terrifying power for good. The question was which side would ultimately win, the alien conqueror or the human hero? The acceptance letter arrived a week later. Izuku sat on his bed, the holographic projection of All Might congratulating him playing before him. He wasn't surprised. After his performance at the exam, rejection would have been illogical. Young Midoriya, the recording continued. You scored higher on the practical exam than any student in UA history. However, I must speak frankly. The faculty has concerns about your methods. Your power is impressive, but a hero must show restraint. Remember our discussions about this. Izuku frowned slightly. Always the same lecture. Restrain yourself, hold back. Don't frighten people. Nevertheless, All Might continued, his smile returning. We believe UA is where you belong. Class 1A awaits you, young man. I look forward to helping you become the hero I know you can be. The projection ended. Izuku closed the acceptance letter and stood, walking to the window of his bedroom. Outside, the world continued its normal pace, people going about their lives, unaware of the half-alien living among them. His mother knocked softly at his door. Izuku, did you get your letter? Yes, he replied. I was accepted. Inko Midoriya entered the room, her face a mixture of pride and concern. She had aged in the years since his powers emerged, not just physically, but emotionally. The knowledge that her son carried the blood of a warrior race, that he had killed without hesitation, weighed on her. That's wonderful, she said, attempting a smile. I knew you would be. Izuku turned to face her. You're worried. It wasn't a question, but she answered anyway. A little. UA will be challenging. Not because of the coursework or the training, but because you'll be surrounded by other powerful young people. There will be conflicts. I can handle conflict, Izuku stated. That's what worries me, Inko admitted softly. Izuku, when you handle conflicts, people get hurt. Badly. Izuku frowned. Only those who deserve it. And who decides that? You? She stepped closer, placing a gentle hand on his arm. Your father's people, from what you've told me about them, they believe might makes right. That their strength gives them the authority to judge, to punish, to rule. The Viltrumites are conquerors, Izuku acknowledged, but I was raised by you, not them. I want to be a hero, not a conqueror. Inko smiled sadly. I know you do, but heroism means protecting everyone, even those you think might not deserve it. It means using your power to save, not to dominate. Izuku was silent for a moment. All Might says similar things. All Might is wise, Inko said. Listen to him, Izuku. The world needs heroes who inspire hope, not fear. Izuku nodded, though internally he wasn't entirely convinced. In his experience, fear was a powerful deterrent. Villains feared All Might because they knew he could defeat them, even if he would show mercy afterward. But would they fear him as much if they believed he would never use his full strength against them? I'll try, he promised his mother, because it was what she needed to hear. Later, as night fell, Izuku sat on the roof of their apartment building, gazing up at the stars. Somewhere out there was his father's homeworld, Viltrum. Somewhere out there, his father continued to live his Viltrumite life, unaware that he had left behind a son who had inherited all his strength and more. Izuku wondered what Conquest would think of him now. Would he be proud of his half-human son's power? Or would he consider Izuku a disappointment for choosing heroism over conquest? Not that it mattered. Izuku had made his choice. He would become a hero, but he would do it his way, with all the terrible efficiency and cold precision of his Viltrumite heritage. The world of heroes was about to change, whether it was ready or not. The first day at UA dawned bright and clear. Izuku walked through the gates with a sense of purpose, ignoring the whispers that followed him. Word of his performance in the entrance exam had spread, and many students already knew his name. Class 1A was abuzz with excitement and nervousness when he entered. He recognized a few faces, Uraraka, who waved cheerfully, the glasses-wearing boy who had lectured him before the exam, and unfortunately, Bakugo, who glared at him from the back row. Izuku chose a seat near the window, away from most of the others. He had no interest in small talk or making friends. He was here to learn how to be a more effective hero, nothing more. The door slid open, and a scruffy-looking man in a sleeping bag wriggled into the classroom. It took you lot 8 seconds to quiet down, he grumbled, emerging from the bag to reveal himself as a disheveled, long-haired man with a capture scarf around his neck. Time is precious. Rational students would understand that. Who is this guy? Someone whispered. He looks like he hasn't slept in years. I'm Shota Aizawa, your homeroom teacher, the man said flatly. Put these on and meet me outside. We're having a quirk assessment test. He tossed a bundle of UA gym uniforms onto his desk and walked out, leaving the class staring after him in confusion. A test on the first day? Uraraka wondered aloud. What about the entrance ceremony? Apparently, he doesn't consider it rational, the glasses-wearing boy replied, already gathering his uniform. I am Tenya Ida, by the way. I believe we met briefly during the entrance exam. I remember, Izuku said simply, taking his uniform and heading for the changing room. Outside on the sports field, Aizawa explained the test. They would perform a series of physical activities, throwing, grip strength, the 50-meter dash, and others, using their quirks to achieve the best results possible. The student who placed last overall would be expelled immediately. Panic rippled through the class. Expulsion on the first day? It seemed extreme. That's not fair, Uraraka protested. We just got here. Fair? Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Natural disasters, massive accidents, villain attacks, the world is full of unfairness. It's a hero's job to combat that unfairness. If you want to be coddled, you're in the wrong place. His gaze swept the class, lingering momentarily on Izuku. Midoriya, you're up first for the ball throw. Show us what you can do. Izuku stepped into the circle, weighing the softball in his hand. He could throw it into orbit if he wanted to, but that would be excessive. Still, there was no point in holding back too much. This was a test, after all. The ball rocketed away, disappearing into the sky with a faint sonic boom. The measuring device in Aizawa's hand beeped continuously for nearly a minute before finally displaying a result. 3 kilometers, Aizawa announced, his expression unreadable. Efficient. Efficient. The class erupted in amazed whispers. 3 kilometers? That's it. What kind of quirk does he have? Bakugo stared at Izuku, his expression a mixture of rage and disbelief. What the hell, Midoriya? You were supposed to be quirkless. Izuku met his gaze coolly. Things change. The tests continued, and Izuku dominated every one. He completed the 50-meter dash in 0.5 seconds, leaving a gust of wind in his wake that nearly knocked over the measuring equipment. His grip strength maxed out the device at 999 kilograms, though he was barely squeezing. In the standing long jump, he cleared the entire sandbox and landed precisely at the edge of the field, holding himself back to avoid jumping clear off school grounds. By the end of the assessment, there was no question who had placed first. What was surprising was Aizawa's announcement after revealing the rankings. By the way, I was lying about the expulsion, he said casually. It was a logical ruse to draw out your full potential. Relief washed over most of the students, though Izuku noted that the serious-looking dual-haired boy, Todoroki, according to the rankings, seemed unsurprised. As they walked back to the classroom, Bakugo stepped into Izuku's path, his palms sparking with small explosions. You've been lying all these years, he growled. Making a fool out of me. Izuku sighed. I wasn't lying, Bakugo. My powers emerged 3 years ago. Before that, I was quirkless, just as the doctors said. Bullshit, Bakugo spat. Nobody develops a quirk that powerful out of nowhere. It's not a quirk, Izuku stated flatly, growing tired of the conversation. Now move, you're in my way. Bakugo's eyes widened at the dismissal, then narrowed dangerously. Don't you dare look down on me, Izuku moved. In the blink of an eye, he was behind Bakugo, continuing toward the classroom as if the confrontation had never happened. The message was clear. Bakugo wasn't worth his time. The explosive boy whirled around furious, but before he could attack, a capture scarf wrapped around him, restraining his arms. That's enough, Aizawa said coldly, his eyes glowing red as he used his erasure quirk. Save it for training exercises, Bakugo. As Izuku walked away, he felt Aizawa's evaluating gaze on his back. The teacher hadn't used his quirk on him, only on Bakugo. Interesting. Either he didn't consider Izuku a threat, which seemed unlikely, or he knew something about Izuku's abilities that the others didn't. All Might had probably briefed him, Izuku realized, which meant Aizawa knew his powers weren't a traditional quirk and couldn't be erased. That knowledge could be dangerous in the wrong hands. He would have to keep an eye on Aizawa, and on the rest of the UA faculty. Being surrounded by professional heroes was both an opportunity and a risk for someone with Izuku's heritage and abilities. But for now, he had taken the first step toward his goal. He was officially a UA student, on the path to becoming a hero. The question remained, what kind of hero would a half-Viltrumite become? The next day brought their first hero training session with All Might himself. The class buzzed with excitement as they changed into their hero costumes and gathered at Training Ground Beta, a mock urban environment used for simulating real-world scenarios. Izuku's costume was simple but practical, a dark green bodysuit with minimal armor plating. Designed for maximum mobility rather than protection he didn't need. No cape, no mask, nothing flashy or unnecessary. The material was specially designed to withstand the friction of high-speed flight and the extreme temperatures he might encounter. "I am here," All Might announced, bursting into the training ground with his trademark smile, coming through the door like a normal person. The class erupted in excited chatter. The #1 hero in the flesh, teaching their class. "Today's training is simple," All Might explained. "Indoor anti-villain combat. You'll be split into teams of 2, heroes versus villains. The villains will guard a fake nuclear weapon inside a building, while the heroes try to either touch the weapon or capture the villains using this capture tape." He held up a roll of white tape. "You have 15 minutes per match." He drew lots to determine the teams and matchups. Izuku found himself paired with Uraraka for the hero team, facing Bakugo and Ida as the villains. "Wow, we're on the same team," Uraraka said cheerfully. "This should be fun." Izuku nodded, but his mind was already strategizing. Bakugo would be coming for him specifically, letting his grudge cloud his judgment. Ida would try to be strategic, guarding the weapon while Bakugo engaged. It was a predictable setup. "Uraraka," he said as they waited for their turn. "What's your quirk exactly?" "Zero gravity," she explained. "I can make anything I touch with all 5 fingers become weightless. But I have a weight limit and I get nauseous if I use it too much." Izuku considered this. "Useful. When we enter, I'll handle Bakugo. You find Ida and the weapon. Use your quirk on yourself to move more quickly if necessary." "But shouldn't we stick together?" Uraraka asked uncertainly. "No need," Izuku stated. "Bakugo will target me specifically. It's personal for him. That will leave Ida alone with the weapon. Your quirk is perfect for getting past him. Make yourself weightless and use minimal movements to maneuver in ways he can't predict." Uraraka looked impressed. "You've really thought this through." "Okay, I'll do my best." When their turn came, they stood outside the designated building, waiting for All Might's signal. "Midoriya," Uraraka said hesitantly, "can I ask what your quirk actually is? I've never seen anything like what you did in the entrance exam." Izuku considered his response carefully. "It's not exactly a quirk," he said finally. "I have enhanced physical abilities, strength, speed, durability, flight. It's genetic." Before she could ask for clarification, All Might's voice boomed through their earpieces. "Hero team, begin!" Izuku turned to Uraraka. "Ready?" She nodded determinedly. "Then let's go." Izuku lifted off the ground slightly. "Remember the plan. I'll create an opening for you." Rather than entering through the front door, Izuku flew to the side of the building, Uraraka holding onto his arm. With surgical precision, he punched a hole through the wall, creating an entrance on the 2nd floor. "Go," he instructed, setting Uraraka down inside. "Find the weapon." She nodded and took off down the hallway. Using her quirk to make herself lighter and more maneuverable, Izuku hovered in the opening he'd created, waiting. 3, 2, 1. Midoriya! Bakugo's roar echoed through the building as he rocketed around the corner, propelled by his explosions. "Fight me, you bastard!" Izuku floated calmly out of the hole, facing Bakugo in midair. "If that's what you want." Bakugo launched himself forward, right hand drawn back for a powerful explosion. "Die!" Izuku didn't dodge. He simply raised one hand and caught Bakugo's wrist before the explosion could reach him. The force of the blast dissipated harmlessly around them. "Is that all?" Izuku asked coolly. Fury contorted Bakugo's features. He twisted in Izuku's grip, like bringing his left hand up for another explosion. This one detonated directly in Izuku's face, engulfing them both in smoke and fire. When the smoke cleared, Izuku remained unharmed, still holding Bakugo's wrist in a vice-like grip. "My turn." With minimal effort, he swung Bakugo in a wide arc and released him, sending him crashing through a wall. Before Bakugo could recover, Izuku was there, wrapping the capture tape around his wrists with lightning speed. Bakugo has been captured. All Might announced through the communication system. One villain down. Upstairs, Uraraka had located Ida and the weapon. Using her quirk on herself, she bounced off walls and ceiling in unpredictable patterns, confusing Ida's attempts to intercept her. "Your movements are quite erratic, hero," Ida declared, fully embracing his villainous role. "But I, the evil mastermind, have anticipated your stratagem." He positioned himself directly in front of the weapon, arms spread wide to block any approach. What he hadn't anticipated was Izuku phasing through the floor beneath him, having flown through the building at speeds too fast for human eyes to track. "What?" Ida began, but Izuku was already past him, touching the weapon with one hand while using the other to gently catch Uraraka as she launched herself forward. "Hero team wins!" All Might announced triumphantly. Bakugo, who had dragged himself upstairs despite his capture, stared at the scene with undisguised rage and humiliation. "This isn't over, Midoriya," he growled. Izuku set Uraraka down and turned to face Bakugo. "Yes, it is," he stated flatly. "It was over before it began. Accept your limitations, Bakugo. You can't beat me." "Young Midoriya," All Might's voice came through the earpiece, a note of warning in his tone. "That's enough." Izuku nodded slightly, acknowledging the rebuke. He had been needlessly harsh. The Viltrumite way would be to crush a defeated opponent's spirit completely, to establish absolute dominance. But that wasn't the hero way. He needed to remember that. Back at the monitoring room, All Might led the class in evaluating the match. "An overwhelming victory for the hero team," he said. "But let's analyze what happened. Who can tell me the MVP of this match?" Yaoyorozu, a tall girl with a creation quirk, raised her hand. "While Midoriya's power was impressive, I believe Uraraka showed better teamwork and strategic thinking. Midoriya essentially acted alone, even though their plan succeeded." All Might nodded. "An excellent observation. Heroes must work together effectively, not just rely on raw power. Young Midoriya, your strength is tremendous, but remember that heroism is also about cooperation and consideration for others." Izuku absorbed the criticism silently. The Viltrumite in him bristled at the suggestion that he needed help. But he recognized the logic in All Might's words. A true hero would use every resource available, including teammates. After class, as they changed back into their school uniforms, Kirishima, a red-haired boy with a hardening quirk, approached Izuku. "Dude, your power is seriously manly," he exclaimed, flashing a sharp-toothed grin. "I've never seen anyone move that fast or hit that hard." Several other classmates gathered around, curiosity overcoming their initial wariness. "Yeah, what exactly is your quirk?" Kaminari, a blonde with an electricity quirk, asked. "Super strength? Flight? Invulnerability? You seem to have it all." Izuku hesitated. He had no obligation to share his heritage with them, but maintaining the pretense of having a quirk would become increasingly difficult as they trained together. "It's not a quirk," he said finally. "I'm not entirely human." The group fell silent, staring at him with wide eyes. "What do you mean, not entirely human?" Kirishima asked cautiously. "My father was from an alien race called the Viltrumites," Izuku explained, seeing no point in hiding it any longer. "There are warrior people with abilities similar to what you've seen from me. I inherited those abilities." "An alien?" Kaminari laughed nervously. "You're joking, right?" Izuku fixed him with a steady gaze. No, the seriousness in his tone silenced any further skepticism. "That's actually really cool," Kirishima said finally, breaking the awkward silence. "I mean, an actual alien hero? That's a first." "Half alien," Izuku corrected. My mother is human." "Still cool," Ashido, a pink-skinned girl, chimed in. "So you're like Superman?" Izuku frowned slightly. "I'm not familiar with that reference." "Seriously?" Kaminari looked shocked. "Superman? Alien from another planet, super strong, flies, shoots laser beams from his eyes. He's only the most famous fictional hero ever." "I don't waste time on fiction," Izuku replied. "Well, you're basically him," Ashido insisted. "Except real, and Japanese. And without the laser eyes, you don't have laser eyes, do you?" "No," Izuku confirmed. "Just the physical enhancements." As the conversation continued, Izuku noticed Bakugo standing apart from the group, his expression dark and unreadable. The revelation of Izuku's heritage seemed to have affected him deeply. though whether it had diffused his anger or merely redirected it remained to be seen. That evening, as Izuku flew home, he rarely took conventional transportation anymore. He reflected on the day's events. His classmates had accepted his alien heritage with surprising ease, treating it almost like an exotic quirk rather than something fundamentally different. All Might had warned him to be cautious about revealing his true nature, concerned about potential public reaction to an alien living among them. But perhaps the hero had underestimated how adaptable people could be, especially in a world where quirks had made the extraordinary commonplace. Still, Izuku knew that acceptance from his classmates didn't mean universal acceptance. There would always be those who feared what was different, who saw his power as a threat rather than an asset, and perhaps they were right to be cautious. The Viltrumite blood in him demanded dominance, urged him to prove his superiority through force. It was a constant battle to channel that instinct into heroism rather than conquest. Some days, the line between the two seemed perilously thin. The USJ incident, as it came to be known, occurred 2 weeks into the school term. Class 1A, along with their teachers Aizawa and 13, were at the unforeseen simulation joint for rescue training when the League of Villains attacked. The black mist that materialized in the center of the facility was their first warning. From it emerged dozens of villains, led by a pale, blue-haired man covered in hands and a massive, bird-headed creature with an exposed brain. 13, protect the students, Aizawa shouted, pulling his capture scarf tight as he prepared to engage. Sensei, you can't fight them all alone, Midoriya called out, stepping forward. Let me help. Aizawa glanced back at him, hesitation visible in his normally stoic expression. Stay back, Midoriya. That's an order. Before Izuku could protest further, the mist villain expanded, engulfing most of the students and scattering them throughout the facility. Izuku found himself transported to the landslide zone along with Todoroki. The dual quirk user was already freezing villains before they could attack, his movements precise and efficient. Impressive, Izuku commented, watching as Todoroki encased another villain in ice. Todoroki glanced at him, heterochromatic eyes assessing. These are low-level thugs. The real threats are the warp gate and whoever's controlling that Nomu creature in the plaza. Izuku nodded. Then, that's where we should be. Without waiting for a response, he grabbed Todoroki and shot into the air, flying back toward the central plaza at speeds that made Todoroki's dual-colored hair whip around his face. What they found upon arrival was grim. Aizawa lay broken on the ground, the bird-headed Nomu standing over him. The hand-covered villain was speaking to All Might, who had arrived moments before them. Engineered to kill you, symbol of peace, the villain was saying, his voice filled with childish glee. Nomu has shock absorption and regeneration. He's the anti-symbol of peace. All Might stood protectively in front of Aizawa's prone form, his smile strained but present. Villains like you always boast about their weapons, but pros like me have seen it all before. He launched himself at the Nomu, the two exchanging blows so powerful they created shockwaves. But even as All Might landed punch after punch, the Nomu showed no signs of damage. Izuku set Todoroki down at a safe distance. Stay here, he instructed. I'm going to help All Might. Midoriya, wait, Todoroki began, but Izuku was already moving. He flew straight into the fray, positioning himself between All Might and the Nomu as the creature prepared another devastating punch. What, young Midoriya? All Might exclaimed. Get back! Izuku ignored him, catching the Nomu's fist in his palm. The impact created a shockwave that cracked the concrete beneath his feet, but Izuku held firm. Shock absorption, you said? Izuku addressed the hand-covered villain, his voice dangerously calm. Let's test its limits. Before anyone could react, Izuku launched a punch of his own, striking the Nomu in the center of its chest with enough force to create a sonic boom. The creature flew backward, crashing through the wall of the facility and continuing for several hundred meters before skidding to a stop. The villain leader stared, his red eyes widening behind the hand covering his face. What the? That's not possible. Nomu was designed to fight All Might at 100%. I'm not All Might, Izuku stated simply, hovering slightly above the ground. I'm something else entirely. The Nomu rose from the crater it had created, its chest cavity regenerating before their eyes. It charged back toward Izuku, moving faster than before, Izuku met it head-on, the two colliding with a force that shattered windows throughout the facility. Unlike All Might's tactical exchange of blows, Izuku fought with the cold efficiency of a Viltrumite warrior. Each strike was precisely calculated to cause maximum damage, targeting joints, the exposed brain, the eyes. The Nomu's regeneration worked furiously to repair the damage, but Izuku was relentless. He grabbed one of the creature's arms and, with a sharp twist, tore it completely off. Before it could regrow, he used the severed limb as a club, battering the Nomu's head with its own arm. "Midoriya, that's enough!" All Might called out, but Izuku was lost in the battle. This was what he was made for. This was the Viltrumite way. Overwhelming force, absolute dominance, no mercy for enemies. The Nomu was strong, perhaps the strongest opponent he had faced, but it was still no match for him. With a final, devastating punch, Izuku sent the Nomu crashing into the distant mountains, creating an impact crater visible from the USJ facility. The hand-covered villain scratched furiously at his neck, his whole body trembling with rage. You cheated. That's not fair. Nomu was supposed to kill All Might, not be beaten by some kid. Izuku turned toward him, eyes cold. Surrender now. Kurogiri, the villain called instead. Get us out of here. The mist villain expanded, preparing to transport them away, but Izuku moved faster than thought. He grabbed the hand-covered villain by the throat, lifting him off the ground. You attacked my school, Izuku said softly, his grip tightening. You hurt my teacher. You threatened my classmates. Give me one reason why I shouldn't crush your windpipe right now. Young Midoriya, no! All Might shouted, rushing forward. The villain clawed desperately at Izuku's hand, his red eyes bulging. You're supposed to be a hero, he gasped. Heroes don't kill. I'm only half human, Izuku replied coldly. The other half doesn't play by human rules. Just as his grip was about to tighten further, a capture scarf wrapped around his arm. Not enough to restrain him, but enough to get his attention. That's enough, Midoriya, Aizawa rasped from where he lay, barely conscious but still fighting. We are not executioners. Izuku hesitated, the Viltrumite instinct to eliminate the threat warring with his human side's respect for his teacher. Finally, he loosened his grip slightly, allowing the villain to gasp for air. You're fortunate, he told the villain. My teachers believe in mercy. Remember that the next time you consider attacking UA. Before the mist villain could attempt a rescue, reinforcements arrived. UA teachers Vlad King, Ectoplasm, and several others. The villains were quickly subdued and taken into custody. In the aftermath, as medical teams tended to the injured, Izuku found himself facing All Might and Principal Nezu in a quiet corner of the facility. Young Midoriya, All Might began, his tone serious despite his trademark smile. While your intervention was undoubtedly helpful, your methods were concerning. You were losing, Izuku stated bluntly. The Nomu was designed to counter your abilities specifically. Mine were different enough to overcome it. That's not the point, All Might countered. You were going to kill Shigaraki. As heroes, we must hold ourselves to a higher standard. Even when they try to kill us first? Izuku asked, genuinely curious. The Viltrumite way is simple. Eliminate threats permanently so they cannot return to harm you or those under your protection. Principal Nezu stepped forward. But that is not the hero way, young Midoriya. Our society functions on the principle that even villains deserve due process, that rehabilitation is possible. Is it? Izuku challenged. How many villains actually reform? How many return to cause more harm after being captured and imprisoned? Some do, Nezu acknowledged, but the moment we appoint ourselves judge, jury, and executioner, we cease to be heroes and become something else entirely. Izuku absorbed this, his expression thoughtful. I understand the principle, he said finally, but it seems inefficient. All Might placed a massive hand on Izuku's shoulder. Heroism isn't always about efficiency, young man. Sometimes it's about doing what's right even when it's harder than the alternative. Izuku nodded slowly. I'll try to remember that. As they rejoined the others, Izuku noticed his classmates watching him with a mixture of awe and unease. They had witnessed his power, his brutality, his willingness to kill. Some, like Kirishima, seemed impressed. Others, like Uraraka and Ida, looked troubled. He had saved them all, protected them from a threat even All Might had struggled against. But in doing so, he had revealed the alien warrior beneath the aspiring hero. The question now was whether they would accept both sides of him, or if the Viltrumite would always overshadow the hero he was trying to become. News of the USJ attack spread quickly, along with whispers about the mysterious student who had single-handedly defeated a creature designed to kill All Might. Footage from the facility's security cameras had been classified, but eyewitness accounts from Class 1A fueled speculation and rumor. The media descended on UA, clamoring for information about Izuku Midoriya and his extraordinary quirk. Principal Nezu held a press conference, accompanied by All Might, to address the situation. Yes, one of our students played a significant role in resolving the villain attack, Nezu confirmed to the assembled reporters. However, we will not be disclosing specific details about individual students' actions or abilities. Their privacy and safety are our priorities. Is it true that this student isn't human? One reporter called out. Sources within UA claim he's some kind of alien. All Might stepped forward, his smile unwavering. All of our students are human in the ways that matter most, in their courage, their compassion, and their commitment to becoming heroes who protect society. Beyond that, I have no comment on an individual student's genetic backgrounds. The carefully worded non-denial only intensified speculation. By the time classes resumed the following week, Izuku found himself the subject of intense curiosity from students in other departments and years. Is it true you punched that Nomu thing into the stratosphere? A second-year student asked as Izuku walked to class. Did you really threaten to crush that villain's throat? Another whispered as he passed. Izuku ignored them all, maintaining the emotional distance that came naturally to his Viltrumite side. He hadn't acted for fame or recognition, merely eliminated a threat efficiently. The attention was an unwelcome distraction. In Class 1A, however, he couldn't escape the consequences of his actions. When he entered the classroom, conversations stopped momentarily as his classmates regarded him with new eyes. Ida was the first to approach him, his movements stiff and formal as always. Midoriya, I wish to speak with you regarding your actions at the USJ. Izuku faced him impassively. What about them? While your power is undeniably impressive, Ida began, chopping his hands through the air for emphasis, your methods were extremely concerning. As aspiring heroes, we must adhere to certain ethical standards, which include not threatening to execute villains. Ida's right, Uraraka added, joining them with a worried expression. Midoriya, you were really scary back there. Not like a hero at all. I eliminated the threat and protected everyone, Izuku stated. Isn't that what heroes do? Not like that, Ida insisted. He captures villains. They don't execute them. They use appropriate force, not excessive violence. And what is appropriate force against a creature designed to kill All Might? Izuku challenged. Should I have held back and risked it killing someone? Would that have been more heroic? That's not what we're saying, Uraraka clarified. It's just the way you fought, the way you spoke to that villain. It was like you were enjoying hurting them. Izuku frowned slightly. I wasn't enjoying it. I was being efficient. There's such a thing as too efficient. A new voice interjected. Todoroki stepped forward, his mismatched eyes studying Izuku carefully. Your power is your own, but how you use it reflects on all of us as heroes in training. Before Izuku could respond, Aizawa entered the classroom, silencing the discussion. The teacher looked worse for wear, his face and arms wrapped in bandages, but his stern demeanor was unchanged. Settle down, he ordered. The UA Sports Festival is approaching, and despite recent events, the school has decided it will proceed as planned with enhanced security. This announcement diverted attention from Izuku temporarily as excitement about the sports festival, UA's premier showcase event, spread through the class. Even Izuku found himself interested, if only as an opportunity to test his abilities in a controlled environment. After class, as students filed out, Aizawa called Izuku to stay behind. Midoriya, he began once they were alone, we need to discuss parameters for your participation in the sports festival. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Parameters? Limitations, Aizawa clarified. Given your heritage and the abilities you've demonstrated, competing without restrictions would be unfair to the other students and potentially dangerous. You want me to hold back, Izuku stated flatly. I want you to compete in a way that doesn't result in serious injuries or property damage beyond repair. Aizawa corrected. This is a school event, not a battlefield. Izuku considered this. The Viltrumite in him bristled at the suggestion that he should diminish his power, but the rational part of him recognized the logic in Aizawa's request. "What limitations did you have in mind?" he asked finally. "No flying above 5 meters. No punches or kicks at full strength. No breaking through walls or the arena floor. No speeds that could create sonic booms or air pressure damage." Aizawa listed the restrictions one by one. Think of it as a training exercise in precise control rather than raw power. Izuku nodded slowly. "I can work within those parameters." "Good," Aizawa said, his tone softening slightly. "One more thing, Midoriya. The faculty has been discussing your incident with Shigaraki at the USJ. Izuku tensed. "Am I being punished?" "No," Aizawa assured him. "But we're concerned about the mindset behind your actions. All Might suggested that I speak with you about it, hero to hero." "You think I was wrong to threaten him," Izuku stated. "I think you were allowing your Viltrumite instincts to overrule your human judgment," Aizawa replied carefully. "I understand the impulse. In my early career as an underground hero, I often faced similar temptations when confronting the worst villains." This caught Izuku's attention. "How did you handle it?" "By remembering that the line between hero and villain isn't drawn by power or effectiveness, but by restraint and purpose," Aizawa said. "The moment you decide that your power gives you the right to determine who lives and who dies, you've crossed that line, regardless of your intentions." Izuku absorbed this silently, weighing Aizawa's words against the Viltrumite philosophy that power naturally conferred authority. "I'll think about what you've said," he promised finally. Aizawa nodded, seemingly satisfied. "That's all I ask. Now go join your classmates. They may have questions about your actions, but they're still your comrades. How you respond to their concerns will shape your relationships going forward." As Izuku left the classroom, he found Uraraka waiting in the hallway, her expression uncertain. "Midoriya," she began hesitantly, "I wanted to apologize if I came across as judgmental earlier. You did save us all at the USJ, and I'm grateful for that." Izuku studied her, noting the sincerity in her round face. "You don't need to apologize for expressing your concerns. They were valid." She smiled slightly. "Does that mean you're reconsidering the whole crushing villains approach?" "I'm considering the balance between effectiveness and ethics," Izuku replied carefully. "The Viltrumite way is direct and final. The hero way is more complex." "Well, for what it's worth," Uraraka said, falling into step beside him as they walked, "I think you can find a middle ground. You can be incredibly powerful without being terrifying. Use that strength to inspire hope, not fear." Izuku glanced at her, somewhat surprised by her insight. "That sounds like something All Might would say." "Is that a bad thing?" she asked, grinning. "He is the #1 hero for a reason." "No," Izuku admitted. "It's not a bad thing." As they continued walking, Izuku found himself reflecting on the duality of his nature. The Viltrumite and the human, the conqueror and the hero, constantly at odds within him. Perhaps finding balance between them was the true challenge, greater even than any villain he might face. The day of the UA Sports Festival arrived, bringing with it unprecedented security and media attention. The stadium was packed with spectators eager to watch the next generation of heroes showcase their abilities, particularly after rumors about the USJ incident had spread. Class 1A gathered in their waiting room, each student dealing with pre-competition nerves in their own way. Bakugo sat in brooding silence, his eyes occasionally flicking to Izuku with barely contained rage. Todoroki stood apart from the others, his expression cold and distant. Uraraka practiced making small objects float, while Ida performed stretches with mechanical precision. Izuku sat calmly, his mind clear. Competition did not make him nervous. It was the natural state of a Viltrumite, after all. His only concern was maintaining the restrictions Aizawa had imposed without appearing weak or hesitant. "Midoriya," a quiet voice interrupted his thoughts. Todoroki stood before him, heterochromatic eyes intense. "A word." Izuku nodded, following Todoroki to a secluded corner of the room. "I watched you during the USJ incident," Todoroki began without preamble. "Your power is abnormal, even by quirk standards. All Might seems particularly interested in you." "Is there a question in there somewhere?" Izuku asked. "Are you All Might's secret child?" Todoroki asked bluntly. "Is that why he pays special attention to you?" Izuku stared at him, momentarily caught off guard by the unexpected question. Then, to Todoroki's evident surprise, he laughed, a short, sharp sound rarely heard from him. "No," Izuku replied once he'd composed himself. "All Might is not my father. My father was. Not from here." "Your alien heritage," Todoroki stated, "so that wasn't just a rumor." "No," Izuku confirmed. "Why does it matter to you?" Todoroki's expression darkened. "My father, Endeavor, created me through a quirk marriage to surpass All Might. I've dedicated my life to rejecting his ambitions by never using his fire. But if there are others with power comparable to All Might's, I need to know what I'm facing." "You're facing me," Izuku stated simply. "And regardless of your personal vendetta against your father, limiting yourself to half your power is illogical." "It's not about logic," Todoroki replied coldly. "It's about principle." "Principles that make you weaker," Izuku observed. "But it's your choice. Just know that even at full strength, you wouldn't be able to defeat me." Todoroki's eyes narrowed at the blunt assessment. "We'll see about that in the tournament." Before Izuku could respond, Present Mike's amplified voice announced it was time for the opening ceremony. Class 1A filed out into the stadium, the roar of the crowd washing over them as they entered the central arena. And here they are. "Folks," Present Mike bellowed, "the students who survived a villain attack, Class 1A." The obstacle race came first, a 4-kilometer course around the stadium filled with various challenges. As the starting gun fired, Izuku restrained himself to human-level speed, running alongside his classmates rather than flying ahead. The first obstacle, a field of massive robots from the entrance exam, appeared before them. While other students used their quirks creatively to navigate past or through the mechanical barriers, Izuku simply punched through them with carefully modulated strength, enough to disable but not obliterate. Next came the fall, a series of platforms suspended over a deep chasm. Again, Izuku refrained from flying, instead leaping from platform to platform with precision and grace. He noticed Todoroki ahead, creating ice bridges to slide across, while Bakugo used his explosions to propel himself through the air. The final obstacle, a minefield, presented a unique challenge. Izuku could simply fly over it, but that would violate Aizawa's restrictions. Instead, he ran through, his enhanced reflexes allowing him to avoid most mines, and his durability protecting him from those he couldn't avoid. Despite his self-imposed limitations, Izuku finished second, just behind Todoroki. Bakugo took third, his face contorted with fury at being beaten by both his rivals. "And the first event concludes," Present Mike announced. "The top 42 students will advance to the next round, the cavalry battle." The cavalry battle required students to form teams of 2 to 4, with one person as the rider and the others as horses. Each student had been assigned a point value based on their placement in the obstacle race, with Todoroki worth the most at first place, followed by Izuku. To Izuku's surprise, several classmates approached him about forming a team, despite their previous wariness after the USJ incident. "Midoriya," Uraraka called, jogging over to him. "Want to team up? My zero gravity would work well with your strength." Before he could respond, Hatsume Mei from the support course inserted herself into the conversation, her yellow eyes magnified by her goggles. "You're Midoriya, right? The super strong one? Team up with me. I've got babies that would complement your abilities perfectly." She gestured to the various support items strapped to her body. Izuku considered his options strategically. The cavalry battle would require teamwork, something he wasn't naturally inclined toward. But it would also be an opportunity to demonstrate controlled application of his strength rather than raw power. "Uraraka, Hatsume," he nodded to each in turn. "We need a fourth." In the end, they recruited Tokoyami, whose dark shadow could provide both offense and defense. With Izuku as the rider, they formed a formidable team. The cavalry battle proved more challenging than Izuku had anticipated. While his team initially dominated, securing multiple headbands from weaker teams, they soon became the primary target for both Todoroki's and Bakugo's teams. "They're coming from both sides," Uraraka warned as Todoroki approached from the left, ice spreading before him, while Bakugo rocketed toward them from the right, explosions propelling him through the air. "Tokoyami, defend against Bakugo," Izuku instructed calmly. "Hatsume, activate your jet boosters. Uraraka, make us weightless on my mark." As his teammates followed his directions, Izuku carefully calculated trajectories and timing. Now! The combination of Uraraka's quirk and Hatsume's support items launched them skyward just as Todoroki and Bakugo converged on their position. The two rivals crashed into each other instead, Bakugo's explosion melting Todoroki's ice and sending both teams stumbling. Uraraka, release your quirk. Hatsume, full power to the rear boosters. They descended rapidly behind Todoroki's team. With precise timing, Izuku reached out and snatched Todoroki's headband before they could react, adding its 10 million points to their total. Dark Shadow, defensive position. Tokoyami commanded as Bakugo recovered and launched himself at them again. The shadowy entity wrapped around them, absorbing the impact of Bakugo's explosion. Izuku used the momentary cover to direct their team away from the confrontation, securing their position for the final seconds of the competition. Time's up, Present Mike announced. And the winners are Team Midoriya in first place, followed by Team Todoroki, Team Bakugo, and Team Shinso. As they disbanded their team, Uraraka beamed at Izuku. We did it! Your strategy was perfect. You all performed admirably, Izuku acknowledged, offering a small nod of appreciation to his teammates. It was the closest thing to effusive praise they would get from him. The final event was the one-on-one tournament, the most anticipated part of the sports festival. The bracket was displayed on the massive screens around the stadium, showing the matchups for the first round. Izuku's first opponent would be Shinso, a student from general studies with purple hair and bags under his eyes. Before the matches began, the purple-haired student approached him in the waiting area. Midoriya, he said, his voice low and measured. Quite the performance so far. Everyone's talking about the half-alien wonder. Izuku regarded him impassively. Is there something you want, Shinso? Just making conversation, Shinso replied with a thin smile. It must be nice having such overwhelming power. Some of us have to rely on our wits instead. Power without strategy is wasted, Izuku stated. I don't underestimate opponents based on their quirks. Good policy, Shinso said, turning to leave. See you in the ring. As Shinso walked away, Ojiro, a classmate with a tail quirk, hurried over to Izuku. Midoriya, wait! Don't respond to anything Shinso says during your match. His quirk is brainwashing activated by verbal response, Izuku finished. I noticed during the cavalry battle, several of his opponents suddenly stopped moving after speaking to him. Ojiro looked surprised, then nodded. You're observant. Just be careful. When their match began, Shinso immediately tried to provoke Izuku. So the alien thinks he's better than everyone else, huh? He called across the concrete platform. Too good to use a real quirk like the rest of us humans? Izuku remained silent, moving forward with measured steps. I heard what you did at the USJ, Shinso continued, growing visibly nervous as Izuku approached. Almost killed that villain. Is that what passes for heroism on your planet? Still, Izuku said nothing. When he reached Shinso, he simply placed a hand on the other student's shoulder and pushed, gently by his standards, but with enough force to send Shinso sliding back to the edge of the ring. Wait, Shinso stammered, genuine fear in his eyes as he teetered on the boundary. You don't have to. Izuku flicked his finger against Shinso's chest, the minimal contact still enough to send him over the edge and out of bounds. Midoriya advances with a ring out. Present Mike announced, sounding almost disappointed by the anticlimactic conclusion. That was efficient, folks. As Izuku turned to leave, Shinso called after him. Hey, was that your idea of mercy? Making me look pathetic without even trying? Izuku paused, then turned back. No, it was my idea of respect. I didn't need to hurt you to win, so I didn't. A true warrior conserves force for worthy opponents. Shinso's eyes widened slightly, then narrowed in thought. Huh, not sure if I've been complimented or insulted. Neither, Izuku replied. Just facts. The tournament continued, with each match more intense than the last. Todoroki defeated Sarah with a massive ice attack that nearly froze the entire stadium. Bakugo dominated his match against Uraraka, though her creative use of falling debris nearly caught him off guard. Ida showcased his speed against Mei Hatsume, who used the match primarily to advertise her babies. Before stepping out of bounds, Izuku's second match pitted him against Tokoyami, whose dark shadow had proven formidable in previous encounters. Midoriya, Tokoyami greeted solemnly as they faced each other in the ring. I harbor no illusions about my chances, but I will fight with all my strength nonetheless. Izuku nodded respectfully. I would expect nothing less. As the match began, Tokoyami immediately sent Dark Shadow rushing forward, the shadowy entity growing larger and more powerful in the arena's partial shade. Izuku stood his ground, analyzing the Shadow's movements and vulnerabilities. When Dark Shadow reached him, Izuku didn't dodge or block. Instead, he clapped his hands together with enough force to create a burst of air pressure and light, not enough to damage the arena, but sufficient to temporarily stun the light-sensitive entity. As Dark Shadow recoiled, Izuku moved forward, faster than most eyes could track, but still well below his full speed. He stopped directly in front of Tokoyami, one hand raised. "Your quirk is impressive," Izuku stated, "but it has clear weaknesses." "Indeed," Tokoyami acknowledged. "I concede the match." "Tokoyami surrenders," Present Mike announced. Midoriya advances to the semifinals. The semifinals matched Izuku against Ida, whose Recipro Burst had enabled him to defeat Kaminari in record time. "Midoriya," Ida began as they took their positions, "I have observed your matches closely. You've been holding back significantly, adhering to the restrictions placed on you. I appreciate your restraint, but know that I will be giving my all in this match." "As you should," Izuku replied. "Good luck, Ida." "Begin," Present Mick shouted. Ida activated his Recipro Burst immediately, the engines in his calves firing at maximum output as he charged Izuku with blinding speed. To most observers, he became a blue blur streaking across the arena, but to Izuku, even Ida's enhanced speed appeared almost sluggish. He waited until the last possible moment, then simply sidestepped, extending one foot slightly to trip the speeding student. Ida, unable to change direction at such velocity, stumbled and went flying toward the boundary. With his engines overheated from the Recipro Burst, he couldn't recover in time and skidded out of bounds. "Another ring out," Present Mike exclaimed. Midoriya advances to the finals without taking a single hit in the entire tournament. The other semifinal match between Todoroki and Bakugo was far more explosive, both literally and figuratively. Bakugo's relentless aggression forced Todoroki to use both his ice and, for the first time publicly, his fire. The resulting clash of elements created a spectacular display that had the crowd on their feet. In the end, Todoroki's momentary hesitation to fully embrace his fire side gave Bakugo the opening he needed. With a massive explosion, he blasted Todoroki out of the ring, securing his place in the finals against Izuku. As Izuku prepared for the final match, All Might visited him in the waiting room. "Young Midoriya," the hero began, his perpetual smile somewhat strained. "You've done well today, showing restraint and control while still demonstrating your abilities." "Thank you," Izuku replied. "I've adhered to the restrictions as required." "Yes, you have," All Might acknowledged. "But now you face young Bakugo, who harbors considerable antagonism toward you. This match will test not just your physical control, but your emotional restraint as well." Izuku frowned slightly. "You're worried I'll hurt him?" "I'm concerned that his provocations might trigger your Viltrumite instincts," All Might clarified. "Bakugo has a talent for getting under people's skin, and he seems particularly motivated to challenge you specifically." "He can't harm me," Izuku stated confidently. "Physical harm isn't my concern," All Might said. "It's the possibility that you might respond to his taunts with excessive force. Remember, this is a school competition, not a battle for survival." Izuku nodded solemnly. "I understand. I'll remain in control." As he walked out to the arena for the final match, the crowd's roar intensified. This was the moment they had been waiting for. The mysterious powerhouse versus the explosive prodigy, both from the infamous Class 1A. Bakugo stood across from him, palms crackling with small explosions, his face set in a determined scowl. "Finally," he growled as Izuku approached. "No more hiding behind restrictions and rules. Show me what you've really got, alien freak." Izuku regarded him calmly. "The same restrictions apply to this match, Bakugo. I won't be using my full power." "Bullshit," Bakugo spat. "You've been looking down on all of us this entire time, acting like you're so superior. I'm gonna force you to fight for real." "Begin," Present Mick announced. Bakugo launched himself forward immediately. Both hands extended for a massive explosion. "Howitzer! Impact!" The blast enveloped Izuku completely, obscuring him in smoke and fire. The crowd gasped, many shielding their eyes from the brightness of the explosion. When the smoke cleared, Izuku stood unmoved, his uniform singed but his body unharmed. "Is that all?" he asked. Echoing their confrontation from the battle training weeks earlier, rage contorted Bakugo's features. "Don't you dare look down on me!" He attacked again, a barrage of explosions driving him around Izuku in an attempt to find an opening. Izuku simply stood in place, tracking Bakugo's movements with his enhanced senses. Each explosion washed over him harmlessly, barely ruffling his hair. "Fight back, damn you!" Bakugo roared, frustration evident in his voice. "Very well," Izuku replied. With a movement too fast for most to see, he extended one finger and flicked it against Bakugo's chest as the explosive student came in for another attack. The minimal contact was still enough to send Bakugo flying backward, though Izuku had calculated the force precisely to keep him within the boundaries of the arena. Bakugo skidded to a stop, gasping for breath. "That was approximately 0.5% of my full strength," Izuku informed him calmly. "Enough to demonstrate the difference between us without causing serious injury." Bakugo's eyes widened, then narrowed in fury. "You think this is over?" He struggled to his feet, palms smoking from his continuous explosions. "I'm just getting started." He launched himself skyward, spinning rapidly to generate momentum for his next attack. AP shot! Autocannon! A series of focused explosions rained down on Izuku, as each one more concentrated and powerful than his standard blasts. The concrete around Izuku cracked and shattered from the impacts. Izuku remained untouched, watching Bakugo's increasingly desperate attacks with analytical detachment. When Bakugo finally descended, exhaustion evident in his labored breathing and trembling arms, Izuku decided to end the match. He moved forward at a speed just slow enough to be visible to the audience, appearing directly in front of Bakugo. "You've fought well," he acknowledged, "but this match is over." Before Bakugo could respond, Izuku placed his palm against Bakugo's chest and pushed gently, sending him sliding back to the very edge of the ring. Bakugo teetered on the boundary, arms windmilling as he fought to maintain balance. Izuku could have ended it there with another gentle push, but something in Bakugo's desperate, defiant expression gave him pause. The explosive student had given everything he had, pushing himself to his absolute limits. To deny him the dignity of fighting until he could fight no more seemed disrespectful. "Come," Izuku said instead, stepping back to the center of the ring. "One final attack, your strongest against mine." Bakugo's eyes widened in surprise, then narrowed with renewed determination. He steadied himself at the edge of the ring, taking a deep breath as he prepared for one last assault. "You asked for it," he growled, his expression shifting from rage to intense focus. He crouched low, positioning his hands behind him. "Final explosion! Murderous howitzer!" The blast that propelled him forward was massive, larger than any he had produced before. The concrete beneath him shattered from the force, debris flying in all directions as he rocketed toward Izuku. Izuku waited until the last possible moment, then met Bakugo's attack with a precisely controlled punch. The collision created a shockwave that swept across the arena, the air pressure alone enough to make spectators in the front rows gasp. When the dust settled, Bakugo lay unconscious at the edge of the ring, his body partially embedded in the concrete but still within bounds. Izuku stood in the center, unharmed and unmoved. "Bakugo is unable to continue," Midnight announced, raising her whip. "Midoriya wins the UA Sports Festival." The crowd's reaction was mixed. Awe at the display of power, concern for Bakugo's condition, and uncertainty about the mysterious student who had dominated the competition without ever appearing to exert himself. As medical robots came to retrieve Bakugo, Izuku approached the podium where All Might waited to present the medals. The hero's smile seemed strained as he placed the gold medal around Izuku's neck. "Congratulations, young Midoriya," he said, his voice pitched low enough that only Izuku could hear. "You showed admirable restraint, all things considered." "Thank you," Izuku replied. "I tried to balance domination with respect." All Might's eyebrow raised slightly at his word choice. An interesting way to phrase it. We'll discuss your performance in more detail later. The sports festival concluded with Izuku standing alone atop the podium, Todoroki and Bakugo, still unconscious, on the second and third tiers, respectively. As he gazed out at the crowd, Izuku reflected on what he had learned from the competition. Power alone wasn't enough to be a hero, not in this society, with its complex rules and expectations. To truly succeed, he would need to master not just his Viltrumite abilities, but the delicate balance between intimidation and inspiration, between dominance and mercy. It was a challenge unlike any his father's people would have understood or valued. But perhaps that was the point. He wasn't just a Viltrumite. He was something new, a hybrid, not just of species, but of philosophies. And for the first time, he found himself genuinely curious about what kind of hero such a hybrid could become. In the weeks following the sports festival, Izuku's life changed dramatically. Offers for internships flooded in from hero agencies across Japan, many specifically requesting the alien student. Despite UA's attempts to downplay his non-human heritage, the public reaction to the revelation was mixed. Some were fascinated and excited by the idea of an extraterrestrial hero in training. Others expressed concern about the implications of aliens living among them, particularly one with such overwhelming power. Media outlets debated the ethics and legalities of non-human heroes, with commentators questioning everything from Izuku's citizenship status to whether traditional quirk-based laws applied to his abilities. Through it all, Izuku maintained his characteristic detachment, neither seeking publicity nor avoiding it. The opinions of humans, beyond those directly involved in his hero education, were largely irrelevant to him. When it came time to choose an internship, Izuku selected an offer from a hero few of his classmates had heard of, Mirko, the rabbit hero. Her reputation for brutal efficiency and combat prowess aligned with his own approach to heroism. Midoriya, Aizawa said when he submitted his choice. Are you certain about this selection? Mirko is known for her aggressive methods. Given your own tendencies, perhaps someone with a more moderate approach would be beneficial. I chose Mirko precisely because she understands that combat isn't about restraint, but about ending threats quickly and decisively, Izuku explained. She's effective. Aizawa sighed. Effectiveness isn't everything in heroism, Midoriya, but it's your choice. Just remember that you represent UA during your internship. When Izuku arrived at Mirko's agency in Hiroshima, he found the rabbit-eared hero waiting for him, her muscular arms crossed and her red eyes evaluating him critically. So you're the alien kid everyone's talking about, she said by way of greeting. Gotta say, you don't look like much. Appearances can be deceiving, Izuku replied evenly. Mirko grinned, revealing sharp canines. True enough, I watched your performance at the sports festival. Impressive restraint, but I could tell you were holding back a lot more than most people realized. I was following the restrictions placed on me, Izuku confirmed. Well, here's the deal, Mirko said, uncrossing her arms and stepping closer. I don't care about your alien blood or your crazy strength. What I care about is whether you can fight smart and adapt to different situations. Power means nothing if you don't know how to apply it properly. I agree, Izuku said, somewhat surprised by her pragmatic approach. Good. Then let's see what you've got. Without warning, she launched a powerful kick at his chest. Izuku could have dodged easily or simply let the attack bounce harmlessly off his invulnerable body. Instead, he caught her foot with one hand, absorbing the considerable force of her quirk-enhanced kick. Not bad, Mirko acknowledged, flipping backward out of his grip. But that was just a warm-up. Follow me to the training room. We've got work to do. Over the next week, Mirko pushed Izuku in ways he hadn't expected. Rather than focusing on power or restraint, she emphasized tactics, precision, and adaptability. She had him practice disabling opponents with minimal force, using his flight for strategic positioning rather than just speed, and analyzing combat situations to identify the most efficient resolution. Being a hero isn't just about beating villains, she explained during one training session. It's about ending situations with minimal collateral damage and maximum efficiency. Sometimes that means going all out, but more often it means finding the exact right pressure point to neutralize a threat without destroying everything around it. Izuku absorbed these lessons eagerly, recognizing their value and refining his approach to heroism. While the Viltrumite way emphasized overwhelming force, Mirko's methods offered a more nuanced application of power that could be equally effective while better aligning with society's expectations of heroes. On the fourth day of his internship, they received an alert about a villain attack in downtown Hiroshima. A group calling themselves the Blood Harvesters had taken hostages in a shopping mall, threatening to drain them of blood unless their demands for money and safe passage out of the country were met. "Perfect timing," Mirko said as they suited up. "Time to put your training into practice, kid. Remember, assess, plan, execute. No unnecessary damage, no excessive force unless absolutely required." When they arrived at the scene, police had already established a perimeter around the mall. The lead officer briefed them quickly. 5 villains, all with blood manipulation quirks of varying types, approximately 20 hostages being held in the central atrium. They've created barriers of solidified blood at all major entrances. "Any demands?" Mirko asked. 10 million yen and a helicopter, the officer replied. "They've given us 1 hour before they start draining hostages. It's been 30 minutes already." Mirko turned to Izuku. "All right, what's your assessment?" Izuku considered the situation analytically. 5 blood quirk users means they likely need direct contact or close proximity to use their abilities effectively. The blood barrier suggests they can manipulate their own blood externally, but that would weaken them if overused. The central atrium has a glass ceiling, providing a potential entry point that wouldn't be barricaded. "And your plan?" Mirko prompted. "I enter through the roof, moving fast enough that they can't react in time," Izuku outlined. "I disable the villains before they can harm hostages, prioritizing those closest to civilian captives. You enter through the main entrance once I've created an opening, in case any escape my initial attack." Mirko nodded approvingly. "Execution? Precise application of force," Izuku stated. "No killing, no permanent injuries unless unavoidable to save hostages." "Good," Mirko said, her expression serious. "Let's move." Izuku took to the air, flying high above the mall before descending rapidly toward the glass dome covering the central atrium. Using his enhanced vision, he could see the hostages gathered in the center, surrounded by 5 figures in dark clothing with red accents. He broke through the glass at a carefully controlled speed, fast enough to surprise the villains, but slow enough to avoid creating dangerous shards that might injure hostages. In the split second before the villains could react, Izuku had already assessed their positions and threat levels. The largest villain, likely the leader, stood closest to the hostages, his hands hovering near a young woman's neck. Ming, he was the priority target. With precision born from Mirko's training, Izuku struck the man's shoulder, not his head or chest, with enough force to dislocate it and render the arm temporarily useless without causing life-threatening injuries. The villain howled in pain, his concentration broken. Before he could recover, Izuku had moved to the next target, a thin man who was already cutting his own palm to activate his quirk. A precise finger flick to the wrist sent the knife clattering away, followed by a controlled punch to the solar plexus that left the villain gasping on the floor. Unable to fight but not seriously injured, the remaining 3 reacted more quickly, one creating a whip of solidified blood, while the others moved to threaten hostages directly. Izuku didn't hesitate. He moved between the hostages and villains faster than human eyes could track, appearing as little more than a green blur. One by one, he neutralized the remaining villains with calculated efficiency, a chop to the neck rendering one unconscious, a sweep of the legs followed by capture tape for another, and a restrained punch to the chest for the last, just enough to crack ribs without risking internal bleeding. In less than 10 seconds, all 5 villains were incapacitated. None were killed, none permanently maimed, but all were effectively removed as threats. By the time Mirko burst through the main entrance, having easily broken through the now undefended blood barrier, Izuku was already helping hostages to their feet, his expression calm and assured. "Is everyone all right?" he asked, his voice carrying throughout the atrium. A young girl, no more than 6 years old, approached him hesitantly. "Are you a new hero?" she asked, looking up at him with wide eyes. "I'm in training." Izuku replied honestly. "He's my intern," Mirko added, joining them as police swarmed in to secure the villains. "And he did good work today." The media arrived shortly after, cameras focusing on the unlikely pair, the established rabbit hero and the alien student who had resolved a hostage situation in seconds without a single civilian casualty. "Rabbit hero Mirko," one reporter called out. "Can you comment on your intern's performance today?" Mirko grinned, throwing an arm around Izuku's shoulders. "The kid's got potential, good instincts, excellent control. Handled the situation better than some pros I know. And you, another reporter addressed Izuku directly, are you really an alien, as reports have suggested? Izuku met the camera's gaze steadily. I'm half Viltrumite, half human, but I was born and raised on Earth. My goal is to use my abilities to protect this world and its people as a professional hero. Aren't you concerned about public reaction to non-human heroes? The reporter pressed. No, Izuku stated simply. Actions speak louder than genetics. Judge me by what I do, not by what I am. That soundbite, paired with footage of his efficient rescue operation, dominated hero news that evening. Public opinion began to shift, with many now viewing the alien hero student as an asset rather than a potential threat. Back at Mirko's agency, the pro hero reviewed the operation with Izuku, analyzing his performance in detail. You did well, she concluded, especially with the restrained force. 6 months ago, would you have handled it the same way? Izuku considered the question honestly. No, he admitted. I would have eliminated the threats more permanently. Mirko nodded, her expression serious. That's the difference between a warrior and a hero. Warriors destroy threats, heroes resolve situations. Both approaches have their place, but in our society, in our profession, knowing which approach to use when is what separates the top heroes from everyone else. I'm beginning to understand that, Izuku acknowledged. Good, Mirko said, her serious expression giving way to her usual confident grin. Because tomorrow we're hitting a Yakuza hideout, and that'll require a whole different approach. I hope you're ready for some real action, alien boy. For the first time in their interaction, Izuku smiled slightly. I'm always ready. The remainder of the internship week passed quickly, with Izuku participating in several more operations alongside Mirko. Each presented different challenges, requiring him to adapt his overwhelming power to varied situations, rather than simply overwhelming opponents with force. By the time he returned to UA, Izuku had gained a new perspective on heroism, one that integrated Viltrumite strength with human precision and judgment. While he still believed in absolute dominance over enemies, he had learned that such dominance could be achieved through strategic application of force rather than pure destruction. His classmates greeted him with newfound respect and curiosity, many having seen news coverage of his operations with Mirko. Midoriya! Kirishima exclaimed as he entered the classroom. Man, you were all over the hero news. That hostage rescue was super manly. Yeah, Kaminari agreed. You made it look so easy. Were you even trying? I was applying appropriate force for the situation, Izuku replied, taking his seat. Well, it was impressive, Uraraka said warmly. You looked like a real pro hero out there. Bakugo, who had been uncharacteristically quiet since the sports festival, scoffed from his desk. Don't go stroking his ego. He's already full of himself. Rather than ignoring Bakugo as he might have before, Izuku turned to face him directly. How was your internship with Best Genist? He asked, genuinely curious about his rival's experience. Bakugo seemed startled by the direct question, his perpetual scowl faltering momentarily. Fine, he grunted. Learn some stuff about precision. Whatever. Izuku nodded. Mirko emphasized that as well, precision over raw power. A look of grudging understanding passed between them. Not friendship, certainly, but perhaps the beginning of mutual professional respect. The conversation was interrupted by Aizawa's arrival. Settle down, he ordered, taking his position at the front of the class. Today we'll be discussing the upcoming final exams and, more immediately, your next practical training exercise. The class straightened attentively. The practical portion of your final exam will be a series of battles, Aizawa continued. Students versus teachers. You'll be paired based on complementary abilities and compatibility. A ripple of excitement and anxiety spread through the class. Before that, however, we have one more training exercise. Rescue training at an off-campus facility. This was originally scheduled before the USJ incident but had to be postponed. You'll be practicing search and rescue operations in various disaster scenarios. As Aizawa outlined the details of the upcoming training, Izuku found himself genuinely interested. Rescue operations presented a different kind of challenge than combat, one where his power would need to be applied with even greater precision and care. The next day, Class 1A traveled to the Rescue Training Center, a massive facility designed to simulate various disaster scenarios from earthquakes and floods to building collapses and industrial accidents. "Welcome to the RTC," 13 greeted them, the space-themed rescue hero's voice echoing inside their bulky suit. Unlike the USJ, which focuses on broader disaster environments, this facility specializes in detailed rescue scenarios with robotic victims that simulate human fragility and panic responses. The class was divided into teams of 3, each assigned to different scenarios. Izuku found himself grouped with Yaoyorozu and Todoroki, a team with tremendous power and versatility. "Your scenario," 13 explained to their team, "is a collapsed high-rise with potential gas leaks. 30 civilian robots are trapped inside, some under debris, others in unstable sections of the building. Your objective is to evacuate all civilians safely while minimizing further structural damage." Yaoyorozu immediately began analyzing the situation. "We'll need to assess structural integrity first, then prioritize the most vulnerable victims. Todoroki, your ice could stabilize unstable sections temporarily. Midoriya, your strength will be essential for clearing debris, but you'll need extreme precision to avoid triggering further collapses." Todoroki nodded. "I can also use controlled flames to illuminate dark areas if necessary. I can scan through walls with my enhanced vision," Izuku added. "I'll locate the victims while you plan the safest extraction routes." Their methodical approach proved highly effective. As Izuku carefully lifted debris and created safe passages, Todoroki stabilized the structure with strategic ice placements, and Yaoyorozu created emergency equipment from harnesses to first aid supplies. The robot victims responded realistically to their rescue attempts. Some panicked, others were injured and unable to move independently, while a few were unconscious and required complete extraction. Each presented unique challenges that tested not just their quirks, but their judgment and communication. At one point, Izuku detected a robot child trapped beneath a precariously balanced concrete slab. The space was too narrow for him to reach safely, and moving the wrong piece could bring the entire section down. "I can't access this victim without risking a secondary collapse," he reported to his teammates. "The supporting beam is heavily damaged." Yaoyorozu assessed the situation. "Todoroki, can you create an ice pillar here to take the weight? Just enough to stabilize it while Midoriya works." Todoroki nodded, carefully generating a precisely shaped ice column that braced the failing structure. With the additional support in place, Izuku was able to carefully remove debris piece by piece, creating an opening just large enough to extract the robot child. As he reached in, the robot grasped his hand with surprising strength, its programming simulating a child's panic. "Don't leave me," it cried, its voice modulated to sound young and frightened. For a moment, Izuku was taken aback by the emotional programming. Then, remembering Mirko's lessons about civilian interaction, he softened his tone. "I'm not leaving you," he assured the robot. "I'm going to get you out, but you need to stay very still. Can you do that for me?" The robot's grip relaxed slightly, its programming responding to the calming approach. "Yes," it stammered. "I'll try." With painstaking care, Izuku extracted the robot from its confinement, shielding it with his body as a few small pieces of concrete fell during the process. Once clear, he handed the robot to Yaoyorozu, who had created a thermal blanket to simulate treatment for shock. "Well done," 13 commented, observing from a monitoring station. "Excellent teamwork and appropriate civilian interaction." By the end of the exercise, their team had successfully rescued all 30 robots with minimal additional structural damage. 13 rated their performance the highest in the class, specifically noting Izuku's restraint and precision. Midoriya, the rescue hero, addressed him specifically. "Your control has improved significantly since the beginning of the term. You handled fragile rescues with appropriate care and communicated effectively with victims. These are essential skills for a well-rounded hero." Izuku nodded, accepting the praise. "Thank you. I've been working on precision." "It shows," 13 affirmed. "Power without control is just destruction. You're learning to balance the two effectively." As they returned to UA, Izuku found himself in an unusual conversation with Todoroki, who had been largely distant since their confrontation before the sports festival. "You've changed," Todoroki observed as they sat together on the bus. "After the USJ incident, I thought you were just raw power with no finesse. Today proved otherwise." Mirko emphasized tactical application of force, Izuku explained. "Power is most effective when precisely applied." Todoroki nodded thoughtfully. I'm beginning to learn something similar about my own quirk, using both sides in balance rather than rejecting half of myself entirely. Your fire and ice complement each other, Izuku agreed. Limiting yourself to one diminishes your effectiveness. Yes, Todoroki said, a small smile forming on his usually stoic face. I've decided to train both aspects equally from now on. My father's expectations be damned. A rational decision, Izuku approved. As the bus arrived back at UA, Aizawa informed them that final exam preparations would begin the following day. The practical portion, students versus teachers, would require them to either escape from or capture their instructor within a time limit. Get rest tonight, he advised. Tomorrow, I'll announce the pairings and you'll begin specialized training for your specific matchups. That evening, as Izuku flew home, he reflected on his growing understanding of heroism. The Viltrumite in him still valued absolute dominance, but he was beginning to appreciate the complexity of achieving that dominance in a society that valued rescue as much as combat, restraint as much as power. Perhaps true dominance wasn't just about overwhelming force, but about perfect control. The ability to apply exactly the right amount of power in exactly the right way to achieve the desired outcome with maximum efficiency. It was a more sophisticated view of strength than the brute force approach of traditional Viltrumite warfare, but perhaps that was appropriate for a hybrid like himself. Neither fully Viltrumite nor fully human, he was forging his own path toward a unique form of heroism. The final exam pairings were announced the next morning. To Izuku's surprise, he was matched with Bakugo against All Might himself. This pairing is deliberate, Aizawa explained when Bakugo immediately protested. You two represent opposite approaches to heroism. Midoriya with overwhelming power but growing restraint. Bakugo with technical skill but excessive aggression. You'll need to work together to have any chance against All Might, even with the weights he'll be wearing to limit his power. Bakugo scoffed. I don't need Alien Boy's help. Then you'll fail, Aizawa stated bluntly. This exam isn't just about winning. It's about demonstrating growth and teamwork. Individual performance will be evaluated, but success requires cooperation. Izuku regarded Bakugo thoughtfully. Tactically, we have complementary abilities. Your precision explosions and combat instincts combined with my raw power could be highly effective. Save it, Bakugo growled, though with less venom than usual. We'll talk strategy later. Just don't get in my way. The week of preparation passed quickly, with each team developing strategies specific to their matchups. Izuku and Bakugo trained separately for most of it, coming together only for brief, tense strategy sessions that usually ended with Bakugo storming off in frustration. Despite this, they did manage to establish a basic plan. Bakugo would use his explosions as distractions while Izuku engaged All Might directly, using just enough force to keep the symbol of peace occupied without causing serious injury. Meanwhile, Bakugo would seek opportunities to either reach the exit gate or, if possible, apply the capture tape to All Might during moments when Izuku had him off balance. The day of the exam arrived with tension thick in the air. Each team would face their assigned teacher in a specialized arena designed to test specific skills. Izuku and Bakugo's battlefield was a dense urban environment with narrow alleys, multi-story buildings, and limited visibility, conditions that would somewhat neutralize Izuku's flight advantage and force more tactical thinking. Young Midoriya, young Bakugo, All Might's voice boomed as they entered the arena. The symbol of peace stood in the center of a main street, weighted bands visible on his wrists and ankles. I look forward to seeing how you handle this challenge. Despite the weights, All Might's presence was as imposing as ever, his perpetual smile carrying a hint of genuine excitement at the prospect of testing his students. Remember the plan, Izuku murmured to Bakugo as they took their positions. Don't tell me what to do, Bakugo snapped, but there was less hostility in his tone than usual. He was focused now, analyzing the situation with the sharp tactical mind that balanced his explosive temperament. Begin! Present Mike's voice announced over the speakers. All Might didn't wait, immediately launching himself toward them with a speed that, while diminished by the weights, was still impressive. Texas Smash! Izuku moved to intercept, meeting All Might's punch with a carefully controlled counter of his own. The collision created a shockwave that shattered nearby windows, both combatants sliding backward from the impact. Go! Izuku called to Bakugo, who immediately used the distraction to launch himself sideways into an alley, seeking a flanking position. All Might grinned wider. Dividing your forces? A bold strategy. He moved to pursue Bakugo, but Izuku was faster, positioning himself in All Might's path. Your opponent is me, he stated calmly. Not exclusively, young Midoriya, All Might replied, his smile unwavering. A hero must be prepared for multiple threats. With that, he feinted left, then changed direction with surprising agility despite the weights, aiming to get around Izuku. It was a test of Izuku's tactical awareness. Would he blindly pursue or adapt to protect his teammate? Izuku chose adaptation. Rather than chasing directly, he took to the air, flying over a building to cut off All Might's pursuit route. He landed directly in front of the hero just as All Might was about to round a corner toward Bakugo's position. Impressive anticipation, All Might acknowledged, immediately shifting to offense. Carolina Smash! The rapid series of punches would have overwhelmed most opponents, but Izuku had trained specifically for this. He blocked each strike precisely, absorbing the considerable force without yielding ground. This close-quarters exchange was exactly what they had planned, keeping All Might engaged while Bakugo maneuvered. From the corner of his eye, Izuku saw Bakugo using his explosions to propel himself from building to building, gradually working his way toward the exit gate while staying out of All Might's direct line of sight. All Might, however, wasn't easily distracted. Even while trading blows with Izuku, he tracked Bakugo's movement by the sound of explosions. Clever, but insufficient, he called out, suddenly breaking away from Izuku with a powerful leap that sent him directly into Bakugo's path. Shit, Bakugo cursed, barely avoiding All Might's grasp with a hasty explosion that sent him crashing through a window into an adjacent building. Izuku reacted instantly, flying to intercept All Might before he could pursue Bakugo into the building. This time, he didn't hold back quite as much, striking with enough force to make All Might actually defend rather than attack. Your control has improved significantly, young Midoriya, All Might commented as they exchanged blows at a speed that would have been invisible to normal humans. But can you maintain it under pressure? With that, All Might suddenly increased his tempo, pushing against the limits of his weights to deliver a barrage of strikes that tested Izuku's defensive capabilities. It was a calculated escalation, not enough to seriously harm Izuku, even if he failed to block, but enough to potentially create an opening. Izuku adapted, meeting the increased intensity with his own controlled escalation. This was the balance he had been practicing, using enough power to be effective without risking excessive damage to his surroundings or opponent. As they fought, Bakugo emerged from the building, his uniform torn from the glass, but his expression focused. Seeing All Might occupied with Izuku, he changed tactics, abandoning the path to the exit gate and instead circling behind All Might with a series of precisely controlled explosions that minimized noise. Izuku noticed the approach and adjusted accordingly, gradually maneuvering All Might into position with his back toward Bakugo. It was a subtle manipulation of the battlefield, guiding rather than forcing, and it demonstrated Izuku's growing tactical sophistication. When Bakugo was in position, Izuku gave a nearly imperceptible nod. Bakugo responded immediately, launching himself forward with an explosion powerful enough to propel him directly at All Might's back. Capture tape extended in both hands. All Might, however, had not survived decades as the top hero by being easily ambushed. He sensed the approach and whirled just as Bakugo was about to make contact. Predictable, All Might announced, reaching for Bakugo. This was the moment they had prepared for. As All Might turned to counter Bakugo, Izuku moved with precise timing, grabbing All Might's extended arm and using the hero's own momentum to pull him off balance. It wasn't enough to topple the symbol of peace, but it created a crucial split-second opening, Bakugo displaying the combat instincts that made him one of UA's top students despite his abrasive personality, capitalized instantly. He altered his trajectory mid-air, just avoiding All Might's grasp and slapping the capture tape across the hero's forearm. Got you! Bakugo crowed triumphantly. All Might looked down at the tape, then back at his students, his smile growing even wider. Well done! Capture successful. The announcement of their victory echoed through the arena as recovery robots entered to escort them back to the monitoring room where the other students and teachers were watching. An excellent display of teamwork, Aizawa commented as they rejoined the class, especially from two students who have historically had difficulty cooperating. It was a logical partnership, Izuku stated. Our abilities complement each other effectively. Yeah, whatever, Bakugo muttered, though a hint of satisfaction was visible in his expression. We won. That's what matters. As the remaining teams completed their exams, Izuku observed each match carefully, analyzing strategies and outcomes. Some succeeded through clever applications of their quirks, others through pure determination, and a few failed despite their best efforts, overwhelmed by the superior experience and skill of their teachers. When all exams were concluded, Aizawa gathered the class for final evaluations. Most of you passed, he announced. Those who failed will have remedial training during the summer camp, which begins next week. For those who passed, the camp will focus on quirk enhancement and advanced techniques. He paused, his gaze settling on Izuku. Midoriya, I'd like to speak with you privately before you leave today. After the class was dismissed, Izuku remained behind. Aizawa led him to a conference room where All Might, Principal Nezu, and surprisingly, Mirko were waiting. Midoriya, Nezu greeted him cheerfully. Please take a seat. We have a somewhat unusual proposal to discuss with you. Izuku sat, curious but composed. What kind of proposal? Your development over this term has been remarkable, All Might began. From the USJ incident to today's exam, you've demonstrated significant growth not just in controlling your power, but in applying it strategically and ethically. Mirko's report on your internship was particularly enlightening, Nezu added. She believes you have exceptional potential, even by UA standards. The rabbit hero nodded firmly. Kid's got what it takes. Raw power, sure, but he's learning finesse. More importantly, he's starting to understand what it means to be a hero beyond just beating villains. Which brings us to our proposal, Aizawa continued. We believe you would benefit from a specialized training program different from what your classmates will experience at the summer camp. Izuku raised an eyebrow. What kind of specialized training? An internship with the top 3 heroes, Nezu explained. 1 week each with Endeavor, Hawks, and finally All Might. Each will focus on different aspects of heroism suited to their specialties, combat efficiency, rescue operations, and symbol cultivation, respectively. This is unusual, Izuku observed. Why me specifically? All Might leaned forward. Because your heritage and abilities place you in a unique position, young Midoriya. Should you complete your hero education successfully, you will likely become one of the most powerful heroes in history. With that potential comes proportional responsibility. The public is still adjusting to the idea of a half-alien hero, Aizawa added bluntly. Your performance thus far has been impressive, but establishing trust requires more than power. It requires visibility with established heroes who already have public confidence. Izuku considered this logic. It was sound from a strategic perspective. While he had little personal interest in public opinion, he recognized that effective heroism in this society required a certain level of public trust. I accept the proposal, he said finally. When do I begin? After the first day of the summer camp, Nezu replied. You'll join your classmates for the initial orientation, then depart for your specialized training. You'll rejoin them for the final day and closing ceremony. As Izuku left the meeting, he found himself contemplating this new development. Training with the top heroes would provide valuable insights into different approaches to professional heroism. It was an opportunity to refine his techniques and expand his understanding of how his overwhelming power could be most effectively applied within the framework of hero society. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder if there was another purpose to this arrangement. If perhaps the faculty wanted him under the direct supervision of the most powerful heroes as a precaution. After all, trust went both ways, and he was well aware that some still viewed his Viltrumite heritage with caution, no matter. He would use this opportunity to his advantage, absorbing what was useful from each mentor while continuing to forge his own path. After all, he was neither purely Viltrumite nor purely human, but something new entirely. A hybrid forging a unique approach to heroism that drew from both heritages while being limited by neither. As the summer camp approached, Izuku prepared himself for the next phase of his hero education, one that would challenge not just his power, but his evolving understanding of what it meant to be truly dominant in a world that valued salvation over conquest. The first day of summer camp began with clear skies and anticipation. Class 1A gathered at the designated meeting point before dawn, loading onto the bus that would take them to the secluded training facility in the mountains. Despite the early hour, excitement buzzed among the students, all except Izuku, who maintained his characteristic detachment as he observed his classmates. "Midoriya," Uraraka called, settling into the seat beside him. "Ready for camp? I heard it's going to be super intense training." "Yes," he replied simply, "though I'll only be participating in the first and last days. I have specialized training with the top 3 heroes in between." Uraraka's eyes widened. "Wow, that's amazing! A special internship with All Might, Hawks, and Endeavor?" She lowered her voice slightly. "That might be awkward with Todoroki, don't you think?" Izuku shrugged. "Their personal conflict is irrelevant to my training." Before Uraraka could respond, Aizawa called for attention from the front of the bus. "Listen up. The training camp will push you beyond your current limits. You'll be developing your quirks and combat skills in ways that might be uncomfortable or exhausting. This is necessary preparation for the provisional license exam next term." As Aizawa outlined the schedule, Izuku's mind was already analyzing the strategic value of each exercise. The physical training would be trivial for him, of course, but observing how the others pushed their limits might provide insights into maximizing combat effectiveness with lesser abilities. After several hours of travel, including a surprising detour where Aizawa abandoned them in the middle of the forest to make their own way to the camp, they finally arrived at the facility. The Wild Pussycats, a 4-person hero team specializing in mountain rescue, greeted them with enthusiastic introductions that contrasted sharply with the exhaustion evident on the students' faces. "Welcome to camp," Mandalay, the red-costumed pussycat, announced. "You've already completed your first test by making it here. Now the real training begins." The afternoon was spent in quirk enhancement exercises, pushing each student's unique ability to its limits through repetition and increasingly difficult challenges. For Izuku, this meant practicing precision flying and controlled application of strength under Pixie Bob's guidance. "You've got incredible raw power," the blonde pussycat observed as Izuku effortlessly lifted a boulder 3 times his size with one hand. "But can you place it exactly where I tell you without disturbing anything else?" She pointed to a stack of smaller rocks balanced precariously atop one another. "Set that boulder down on top without toppling the stack." Izuku nodded, calculating the necessary force and angle. With deliberate care, he positioned the massive rock onto the delicate structure. The smaller stones shifted slightly but held firm under the new weight. "Impressive control," Pixie Bob acknowledged. "Most strength types would have smashed everything." "Precision is more efficient than raw force in most scenarios," Izuku replied, repeating one of Mirko's lessons. As evening approached, Aizawa gathered the class for a final announcement before dinner. "Midoriya will be departing tomorrow morning for his specialized training. Tonight, you'll all participate in a traditional summer camp activity, a test of courage in the forest." This announcement generated excited chatter among the students. The prospect of a lighthearted activity, lifting spirits after the grueling training session. Dinner was a boisterous affair, with Bakugo arguing with Kirishima about proper grilling techniques, while Ida attempted to maintain order. Izuku sat somewhat apart, observing the social dynamics with analytical detachment. The camaraderie, the League had clearly planned this attack carefully, choosing a remote location with minimal pro-hero presence and striking when the students were scattered throughout the forest. "Ah, the alien child," Kurogiri observed, his glowing yellow eyes narrowing. "Shigaraki has a particular interest in you after your encounter at the USJ." "Where is he?" Izuku demanded, scanning the surrounding forest. "Nearby," Kurogiri replied vaguely. "Though you needn't concern yourself with him, we have others who are eager to meet you." The mist expanded and 3 figures emerged. One was a tall, muscular man with a patchwork face held together by metal staples. Beside him stood a slender woman with a manic smile and wide, crazed eyes. The third was a lizard-like being with a gas mask and large, clawed hands. Meet some new additions to our league, Kurogiri introduced. Dabi, Toga, and Spinner. They've been quite looking forward to testing themselves against Shueisha's strongest student. Izuku's expression remained impassive as he evaluated the threats. The staple man Dabi had scorch marks on his arms, suggesting a fire quirk. The girl, Toga, carried multiple knives, indicating close combat preference. The lizard, Spinner, wielded what appeared to be a homemade sword constructed from smaller blades bound together. In his mind, Izuku recalled the conversations with Aizawa, All Might, and Mirko about proportional response and hero restraint. Their voices seemed distant now, overwhelmed by a sudden clarity that rose from his Viltrumite blood. These were not sparring partners or training exercises. These were enemies who had deliberately attacked children, who had threatened his classmates, who had twice now attempted to harm those under his protection. The Viltrumite way was clear: eliminate threats permanently. Last chance, Izuku stated, his voice suddenly devoid of its usual calculated neutrality. Surrender and leave. Dabi laughed, blue flames igniting around his hands. Pretty confident for a kid. Let's see how fireproof you really are. A massive torrent of blue fire engulfed Izuku's position, the heat intense enough to instantly carbonize the surrounding trees. Dabi's flames were clearly several times hotter than even Endeavor's, creating a localized inferno that turned the forest floor to glass. When the flames subsided, Izuku stood untouched in the center of the destruction, not a single hair singed. His expression had shifted subtly, the analytical detachment replaced by something colder, more alien. "My turn," he said. What happened next occurred too quickly for human eyes to process. One moment, Izuku was standing 15 feet away from Dabi. The next, he was directly in front of him. One hand plunged straight through the villain's chest. Dabi's eyes widened in shock, blue flames sputtering out as Izuku withdrew his hand with mechanical precision. The villain's body crumpled to the ground, blood pooling beneath him. Toga and Spinner froze, their expressions shifting from confident aggression to primal fear. "Oh, wow," Toga whispered, her voice trembling despite her attempted playfulness. "You're not playing hero at all, are you?" Kurogiri's mist form expanded urgently. "Retreat! Now!" But Izuku moved faster than thought. Before Kurogiri could envelop his allies, Izuku had already closed the distance to Spinner. With a single, precise strike, he separated the lizard man's head from his shoulders, the reptilian villain's body twitching as it collapsed. Toga screamed, her knives forgotten as she turned to flee. Izuku caught her by the throat, lifting her effortlessly with one hand. "Where is Shigaraki?" he demanded, his voice eerily calm despite the carnage he had just inflicted. "Please," Toga gasped, clawing desperately at his iron grip. "I'll tell you anything. Then speak quickly." "The sea clearing to the north," she choked out. "With the big rock, he's waiting with Muscular to ambush the rescue team." Izuku considered this information for a fraction of a second, then tightened his grip. Toga's struggle ended with a sickening crack. As her body fell limp, Kurogiri's mist surged forward in desperation. "You monster! Heroes don't kill!" "I'm not fully human," Izuku replied coldly, "and I'm done pretending to be." He moved through Kurogiri's mist with calculated precision, his hand closing around what he knew to be the solid portion of the warp villain's form. With a sharp twist and pull, he extracted the metal neck brace containing Kurogiri's true body from the surrounding mist. The purple fog dissipated instantly as Izuku crushed the metal apparatus in his hand, feeling the organic matter within pulverize under the pressure. Standing alone in the forest clearing, surrounded by the bodies of 4 League members, Izuku felt a strange clarity descend upon him. The constant internal struggle between his human education and Viltrumite instincts suddenly quieted. For the first time, he was acting in perfect accordance with his true nature. It felt right. Without hesitation, he took to the air, flying rapidly toward the northern clearing Toga had mentioned. As he soared above the tree line, he could see multiple fires throughout the forest and hear distant screams and explosions. The attack was indeed coordinated and widespread. In the clearing ahead, he spotted Shigaraki standing beside an enormous, muscle-bound villain with a single exposed eye. Between them was a small green-haired child, likely one of the younger campers who had been caught in the attack. Izuku didn't slow his approach. He streaked down from the sky like a missile, the air around him cracking with the speed of his descent. His target was clear, the muscular villain who posed the most immediate physical threat. The impact was devastating. Izuku struck Muscular with such force that the villain's enhanced body offered no more resistance than wet paper. The ground beneath them cratered from the impact, blood and viscera splattering outward, as Muscular's form was literally pulverized by the collision. Shigaraki barely had time to register what had happened before Izuku was standing before him, eyes cold and implacable. "You," the hand-covered villain hissed, recognition and fear mingling in his voice. "You're supposed to be a hero. Heroes don't kill." "You made a critical error," Izuku replied calmly, advancing on Shigaraki as the villain backed away. "You assumed I was bound by human constraints." "Stay back!" Shigaraki extended his decay quirk hands desperately. "One touch and you'll disintegrate." Izuku moved faster than Shigaraki could track, catching both the villain's wrists in an iron grip. "Your quirk requires all 5 fingers to make contact," he observed dispassionately, "a fundamental weakness." With clinical precision, he snapped both of Shigaraki's wrists, the bones splintering audibly as the villain screamed in agony. "The League of Villains ends tonight," Izuku stated, his voice carrying the cold authority of a Viltrumite warrior. "No prison, no second chances, just elimination." "Wait," Shigaraki began, but his plea was cut short as Izuku drove his hand through the villain's chest, rupturing his heart with surgical precision. As Shigaraki's body slumped to the ground, Izuku turned to the child who had witnessed the entire exchange. The boy stared up at him with wide, tearful eyes, trembling uncontrollably. "Are you injured?" Izuku asked, his tone shifting slightly. Not warm, but no longer quite so cold. The child shook his head wordlessly. "Good. Stay here. More villains may be present in the forest." Izuku knelt to eye level with the boy. "What is your name?" "Kota," the child stammered. "Kota, I'm going to eliminate the remaining threats. You will be safe here." Without waiting for a response, Izuku took to the air again, his enhanced senses scanning the forest below for signs of conflict. He identified 3 more battle sites where his classmates were engaged with League members. The first location revealed Kirishima and Tetsutetsu struggling against a villain who appeared to be made entirely of teeth and gums. The villain had trapped both hardening quirk users in a viscous substance that was gradually crushing them despite their enhanced durability. Izuku descended without announcement, driving his fist through the villain's amorphous form with enough force to rupture whatever served as its vital organs. The creature collapsed into a gelatinous heap, its crushing hold on the students releasing immediately. "Midoriya." Kirishima gasped, still coated in the sticky substance. "Man, am I glad to see you. That was a close..." He stopped abruptly, noticing the blood coating Izuku's costume and hands. "Dude, are you okay? You're covered in blood." "It's not mine," Izuku stated simply. "Where are the others?" Tetsutetsu pointed shakily to the east. "Kaminari and Yaoyorozu were fighting some gas villain that way, and I think Bakugo and Todoroki were dealing with someone near the river." Izuku nodded and took flight again without further explanation, leaving the 2 hardening quirk users staring after him in confused shock. At the eastern location, he found Kaminari unconscious from quirk overuse, and Yaoyorozu struggling to maintain a protective gas mask while fending off a villain who emitted purple poison from his skin. The creation hero in training was clearly on the defensive, her movements growing sluggish as traces of the gas affected her, despite her precautions. Izuku didn't hesitate. He flew directly into the poison cloud, unaffected by toxins that would incapacitate or kill normal humans. The gas villain barely had time to register the new threat before Izuku's hand closed around his throat. "Your quirk is ineffective against me," Izuku informed him calmly before crushing the villain's windpipe with a precise application of pressure. As the body fell, Yaoyorozu stared at Izuku with wide, horrified eyes. "Midoriya, you killed him." "Yes," Izuku confirmed without inflection. "The threat is neutralized permanently. Are you injured?" "And no. But, Midoriya, heroes don't. We don't kill villains." Her voice was shaking, whether from the poison's effects or shock at his actions, Izuku couldn't determine. "The situation required decisive action," he replied. "Attend to Kaminari. I'll eliminate the remaining threats." Before Yaoyorozu could respond, he was airborne again, moving toward the river where Bakugo and Todoroki were reportedly engaged. The scene that greeted him was chaotic. Bakugo was launching explosions at a female villain who appeared to be magnetically controlling metal debris, while Todoroki was encased in what looked like a magnetic field. Unable to use his quirk effectively, the villain, likely Magnetica, based on the description Izuku recalled from hero database studies, was laughing as she deflected Bakugo's explosions with metal shields. "Your quirks are useless against me, boys," she taunted. "Explosions can't touch me, and ice and fire can't move while in my magnetic grip." Izuku analyzed the situation in milliseconds. The villain's magnetic field appeared to require concentration to maintain, evidenced by her focused gaze on Todoroki. Her defense against Bakugo was reactionary, suggesting limited multitasking capability. He struck from above, moving too fast for her magnetic detection to register. His hand pierced through her back and out through her chest in a single fluid motion, the villain's magnetic field collapsing instantly as life left her body. Todoroki fell to his knees, freed from the magnetic restraint, while Bakugo stood frozen in shock, his palms still smoking from his most recent explosion. "What the fuck, Midoriya?" Bakugo finally exploded, his eyes fixed on the bloody scene before him. You fucking killed her!" "The threat is eliminated," Izuku stated, lowering the villain's body to the ground with mechanical precision. "Are there other League members in the vicinity?" Todoroki rose shakily to his feet, his heterochromatic eyes studying Izuku with something approaching horror. "Midoriya, this isn't what heroes do. Effectiveness takes priority over method," Izuku replied. "The objective is to neutralize all villain threats at the camp. Has that been accomplished?" Before either could answer, Mandalay's telepathic quirk reached their minds. "All students, pro-heroes have arrived as backup. Return to camp immediately. I repeat, return to camp immediately." Izuku nodded as if this confirmed something. "The situation appears to be under control. We should return to camp as instructed." "Under control?" Bakugo's voice was uncharacteristically subdued. "You just killed at least 2 villains that I saw. Probably more before you got here." 7, Izuku corrected matter-of-factly, including Shigaraki and Kurogiri. Todoroki's eyes widened. "The League's leadership? You eliminated them?" "Yes, the League of Villains has been dismantled tonight." Izuku turned toward the direction of the camp. "We should return now. The pros will want a full report." As they walked back in stunned silence, Izuku noticed that his classmates maintained a greater distance from him than usual. The fear in their eyes was evident, not of the villains who had attacked them, but of him. The realization brought no emotional response. It was merely data to be processed. When they reached the camp clearing, they found a scene of organized chaos. Medical teams were attending to injured students, while Aizawa, the Pussycats, and several other pro-heroes who had arrived as backup were coordinating search parties for any remaining villains or students. All activity ceased momentarily as Izuku entered the clearing, his costume drenched in blood, his expression impassive. The pros reacted instantly, moving into defensive positions until they realized the blood wasn't his own. "Midoriya," Aizawa approached cautiously, his capture weapon at the ready. "Report. What happened?" "The League of Villains launched a coordinated attack across the forest," Izuku stated calmly. "I encountered and neutralized 7 members, including Shigaraki, Kurogiri, and 5 others. The threat has been eliminated." "Neutralized?" Aizawa's eyes narrowed. "Define neutralized." "Terminated," Izuku clarified without emotion. "They will not pose a threat again." A horrified murmur spread through the assembled heroes and students. Aizawa's expression hardened, though a flicker of something like fear passed behind his eyes. "Midoriya, heroes do not kill. We capture, we restrain, we allow the justice system to handle criminals." His voice was tight, controlled. "What you've done is not heroic. It's vigilantism at best, murder at worst." Izuku met his teacher's gaze steadily. "They attacked children. They came with lethal intent. My response was proportional and final." "That's not your decision to make." Aizawa's voice rose slightly, his usual composure cracking. "We have laws, procedures, which have failed twice now," Izuku interrupted, his tone unchanged. "The USJ attack should have been the last. Instead, the League escaped and attacked again, endangering more lives. That cycle ends tonight." Before Aizawa could respond, Vlad King approached, his expression grim. "Aizawa, we found bodies in the forest." At least 5 villains killed with extreme prejudice. He glanced at Izuku, connecting the evidence to the blood-covered student. The police are on their way. This is beyond our jurisdiction now. Pixie Bob stepped forward, her usual playfulness entirely absent. One of them was just a teenage girl, barely older than our students. Toga, Izuku supplied. Blood manipulation quirk, multiple confirmed kills. She was not just a teenage girl. The silence that followed was deafening. Even Bakugo, normally quick to anger and outburst, seemed subdued by the clinical detachment in Izuku's voice. Finally, All Might arrived, landing in the clearing with enough force to create a small dust cloud. His trademark smile was nowhere to be seen as he took in the scene, and Izuku's blood-covered form. "Young Midoriya," he said, his voice heavy with something beyond disappointment. "What have you done?" "What was necessary?" Izuku replied simply, "The league is finished." All Might's massive shoulders seemed to sag slightly. "Come with me, young man. Now. The rest of you continue medical treatment and securing the perimeter." He led Izuku away from the others, deep enough into the forest that they wouldn't be overheard. When they stopped, All Might turned to face his student, his blue eyes troubled. "I've received reports from the search teams," he began gravely. "The bodies they've found, Midoriya, this was not self-defense. This was execution." "Yes," Izuku acknowledged without hesitation. "They came to kill. I eliminated the threat permanently." "That is not what heroes do." All Might's voice boomed through the forest. "Heroes save lives, they don't take them. We've discussed this repeatedly." "And I've considered your perspective," Izuku replied, unmoved by the symbol of peace's anger. "I find it inefficient and ultimately counterproductive. The Viltrumite approach is superior in this context." All Might stared at him, genuine fear flickering across his features for perhaps the first time in their relationship. "Do you understand what you've done? The legal consequences? The impact on hero society? On your future as a hero?" "I understand that I've prevented future attacks by the League," Izuku stated. "No trials, no prison breaks, no recurring threats. The problem is solved." All Might ran a hand over his face for a gesture of profound weariness. "Young Midoriya, Izuku, this path you've chosen tonight, this is not heroism. This is something else entirely." "Perhaps," Izuku conceded, looking directly into All Might's eyes, "but it's effective, and it's who I truly am." The silence that followed was heavy with implication. The line had been crossed. The carefully cultivated veneer of heroic restraint that Izuku had maintained since joining UA had fallen away, revealing the Viltrumite warrior beneath. "The police will want to take you into custody," All Might finally said, his voice subdued. "There will be investigations, likely charges." "No," Izuku interrupted, the single word carrying unexpected weight. "I will provide a full statement about tonight's events, but I will not be taken into custody. My specialized training with Endeavor begins tomorrow as scheduled." "Midoriya, you can't possibly think. 7 villains who attack children are dead by my hand," Izuku stated calmly. "Society will judge whether that warrants punishment or gratitude. In the meantime, I will continue my hero education as planned." The conviction in his voice gave All Might pause. This was not the calculated student he had been mentoring. This was something more primal, more certain. The Viltrumite had awakened fully, and for the first time, All Might seemed to truly understand what that meant. "Very well," the symbol of peace finally conceded, his voice heavy. "Return to camp. Provide your statement to the police. We will address the rest tomorrow." As they walked back in silence, Izuku felt a strange lightness that he hadn't experienced before. The constant internal conflict between his human upbringing and Viltrumite instincts had resolved itself in a moment of perfect clarity. The path forward was suddenly unclouded by doubt or hesitation. He had made his choice. He would be neither hero nor villain by human standards. He would be Viltrumite. The aftermath of what the media quickly dubbed the Summer Camp Massacre unfolded with surprising speed. By morning, news of the League of Villains' destruction had spread nationwide. Along with conflicting reports about the UA student responsible, some outlets painted Izuku as a vigilante who had taken justice into his own hands when the system failed. Others described him as a dangerous alien whose true nature had finally emerged. Most simply reported the facts. 7 villains dead, no student casualties, and the League of Villains effectively dismantled in a single night. Izuku provided his statement to the police with mechanical precision, detailing each encounter without embellishment or justification. He neither apologized for his actions nor attempted to frame them as necessary evil. He simply described what he had done and why, the elimination of threats to ensure they would never harm others again. The legal system found itself in uncharted territory. No precedent existed for dealing with a half-alien minor who had killed multiple villains during a sanctioned school activity. Some legal experts argued for immediate arrest and prosecution. Others pointed out that self-defense and defense of others could arguably apply given the context of the attack. In the end, a temporary compromise was reached. Izuku would continue his scheduled training with the top 3 heroes, who would effectively serve as both mentors and monitors while the legal system determined how to proceed. The morning after the attack, as promised, Endeavor arrived to collect Izuku for the first week of specialized training. The Flame Hero's expression was unreadable as he regarded the blood-stained student. "I've been briefed on last night's events," Endeavor stated without preamble. "You killed 7 villains without hesitation or apparent remorse." "Yes," Izuku confirmed simply. Endeavor studied him for a long moment, flames crackling around his costume. "Good," he finally said, surprising everyone present. "The hero system has been too soft for too long. Villains attack, heroes capture, courts release, the cycle continues. You broke that cycle decisively." Aizawa, who had been standing nearby, stepped forward with narrowed eyes. "Endeavor, don't encourage this behavior. Midoriya needs to understand the gravity of his actions, not receive validation for them." "He eliminated threats that have repeatedly endangered society," Endeavor countered, his voice hard. "Results matter, Eraserhead. The League is finished because of his actions. How many lives did he save by ending those villains permanently?" "That's not our call to make," Aizawa insisted. "Heroes operate within the law, not above it." "And where has that gotten us?" Endeavor challenged. All Might captures All for One decades ago, hands him to the system. And what happens? He escapes, builds a new empire, and continues destroying lives. Sometimes permanent solutions are necessary. Izuku observed this exchange with detached interest. Endeavor's perspective aligned more closely with his own Viltrumite instincts than he had anticipated. Perhaps this training would be more valuable than initially projected. "We're wasting time," Endeavor finally declared, turning his back on Aizawa. "Midoriya, we leave now. Your training begins immediately." Without a backward glance at his classmates or teachers, Izuku followed the flame hero to the waiting transport. As they departed, he caught a glimpse of Todoroki watching from the camp entrance, his expression unreadable, but his eyes troubled. Endeavor's agency in Tokyo was a stark contrast to Mirko's operation in Hiroshima. Where the Rabbit Hero maintained a relatively small, elite team, Endeavor commanded a veritable army of sidekicks, support staff, and administrators. The building itself was imposing, a modern skyscraper with flames eternally burning at its peak, a physical manifestation of the number 2 hero's quirk and ego. "Your accommodations are on the 42nd floor," Endeavor informed him as they entered the building. "My personal training facility is on the 43rd. We begin in 1 hour. I suggest you clean yourself up first." Izuku nodded, aware that he was still wearing his blood-stained hero costume from the previous night. "Do you have replacement gear available? Mine appears to be compromised." Endeavor's lips twitched in what might have been the ghost of a smile. "Support department has been instructed to provide whatever you require. Ask for Burning on your way up. She'll handle the arrangements." The hour passed quickly as Izuku showered, changed into training clothes, provided by Endeavor's support team, and reviewed the previous night's events in his mind. He analyzed each encounter clinically, evaluating his efficiency and identifying areas for improvement. His attacks had been effective, but could have been executed with greater precision and speed. Against more formidable opponents, such inefficiencies could prove problematic. When he arrived at the training facility, he found Endeavor waiting in a massive, reinforced room with walls of specialized material designed to withstand extreme heat. The flame hero stood in the center, his flames burning higher and hotter than his usual public appearance. "Before we begin," Endeavor said without preamble, "I want to be clear about something. I don't care about your legal situation. I don't care about the moral debates surrounding your actions last night. What I care about is power and how effectively it's used. Izuku nodded, appreciating the directness. Understood. All Might and UA have been training you to hold back, to constrain your abilities within their conception of heroism, Endeavor continued, his flames intensifying. I'm going to train you to maximize your effectiveness regardless of arbitrary limitations, starting now. Without warning, Endeavor unleashed a massive fire attack directly at Izuku, not a training-level blast, but a genuine combat-grade conflagration that would have incinerated a normal human instantly. The flames engulfed Izuku completely, the temperature in the room soaring to levels that would melt steel. When the flames subsided, Izuku stood unmoved and unharmed, his expression calm. Your quirk cannot harm me, he stated. Is this a test or a demonstration? Both, Endeavor replied, lowering the intensity of his flames but not extinguishing them. I needed to confirm your physical invulnerability myself. Now I know where to focus our training. For the next several hours, Endeavor put Izuku through a series of increasingly demanding combat scenarios. Unlike UA's emphasis on restraint and minimum necessary force, Endeavor's approach centered on maximum combat efficiency, identifying the quickest, most definitive way to neutralize different types of opponents. In real combat, hesitation kills, Endeavor instructed as they analyzed footage of Izuku's performance against training robots. You showed none of it last night at the camp. Good, but your execution still lacks refinement. 3 moves to disable the blue robot when 1 would have sufficed. Inefficient. Izuku absorbed this critique without defensiveness. What would you recommend instead? Target selection, Endeavor replied immediately. You have the speed and strength to end fights instantly, but you need to identify the optimal point of attack for each opponent type. Central nervous system for most humanoids. Power source for mechanicals. Weak structural points for amorphous types. The training continued for days, each session more intense than the last. Endeavor proved to be a demanding but surprisingly effective instructor. His focus on results rather than methods aligning well with Izuku's Viltrumite sensibilities. On the 4th day, as Izuku systematically dismantled a group of combat robots designed to simulate a villain team, Endeavor received an urgent alert on his hero communicator. His expression darkened as he read the message. Change of plans, he announced, dismissing the remaining robots with a gesture. We're going into the field. Now. What's the situation? Izuku asked, already moving toward the exit. All for One has been located, Endeavor stated grimly. He's in Kamino Ward, apparently responding to the decimation of his league. All Might is en route, along with several other top heroes. We join them immediately. Izuku processed this information rapidly. All for One, the mysterious leader behind the League of Villains, the shadow puppet master whose identity was known to only a few top heroes. A confrontation with such a significant threat would provide valuable combat data. I'm ready, he stated simply. As they boarded Endeavor's private transport helicopter, the flame hero fixed Izuku with an evaluating gaze. All for One is unlike any villain you've encountered. Multiple quirks, centuries of experience, and absolutely no moral constraints. All Might nearly died fighting him years ago. You're suggesting caution, Izuku observed. I'm suggesting effectiveness, Endeavor corrected. This is no ordinary villain to be dispatched with brute force. All for One has survived this long through cunning and adaptability. Your approach must be precise and final. Izuku nodded, understanding the implication. Eliminate the threat permanently at the first opportunity. No prolonged engagement. Exactly, Endeavor confirmed, a grim satisfaction in his voice. This ends tonight, one way or another. The helicopter sped toward Kamino Ward, where the greatest villain in Japanese history awaited. Izuku felt no fear, no hesitation, only a cold clarity about what needed to be done. The Viltrumite way was simple. Identify the greatest threat, eliminate it decisively, establish dominance. All for One would fall tonight, and with him, the last vestige of the League of Villains. Kamino Ward was in chaos when they arrived. Multiple city blocks had been reduced to rubble, evidence of a battle already in progress. From their aerial vantage point, Izuku could see All Might engaged with a dark figure emitting palpable malevolence even from a distance. Around them, other pro-heroes were evacuating civilians and containing secondary threats. There, Endeavor pointed to the central confrontation. All Might and All for One. This is the rematch they've been building toward for years. Izuku studied the battle with analytical precision. All Might was clearly not fighting at full capacity. His movements were powerful but labored, suggesting he was approaching his time limit. All for One, by contrast, seemed to be toying with the symbol of peace, utilizing a dizzying array of quirks to counter each of All Might's attacks while inflicting calculated damage. All Might is losing, Izuku observed dispassionately. His power is fading visibly with each exchange. Endeavor's expression tightened. Yes, his true form won't hold much longer at this rate. The helicopter touched down on a relatively intact rooftop overlooking the main battlefield. Before Endeavor could issue instructions, Izuku had already made his assessment and decision. "I'll approach from above and behind," he stated. All for One's attention is focused on All Might. A direct strike to sever the brainstem should neutralize him instantly, regardless of quirk accumulation. Endeavor blinked, momentarily taken aback by the cold calculation. That's efficient, but All for One has sensory quirks that might detect your approach. "Then I'll move faster than his quirks can process," Izuku replied simply. "Wait here. This will be over quickly." Before Endeavor could respond, Izuku had already launched himself skyward, climbing rapidly to gain positional advantage. From 2,000 feet above the battlefield, he observed the continuing exchange between All Might and All for One. The villain was monologuing now, his distorted voice carrying even to Izuku's elevated position. "Your time is over, All Might. The world will see your true form tonight, and with it, the end of the symbol of peace." All for One's massive arm, twisted and enhanced by multiple quirks, slammed into All Might with enough force to create a shockwave. The number one hero stood his ground, but blood was now visible on his costume, and his iconic smile had been replaced by a grimace of determination. Izuku had seen enough. He positioned himself directly above the battlefield, then simply dropped, not flying, but falling in a controlled descent that utilized gravity to maximize impact force while minimizing detection probability. He fell like a meteor, breaking the sound barrier as he approached, his target clear. The base of All for One's skull, where the brainstem connected to the spinal column. A single, precise strike at that location would sever the connection instantly, regardless of whatever durability quirks the villain might possess. Death would be instantaneous and certain. All for One sensed something at the last possible moment, some quirk alerting him to the approaching danger from above. He began to turn, to shift his focus from All Might to this new threat. Too late. Izuku's hand struck with the combined force of his Viltrumite strength and the momentum of his fall from 2,000 feet. The impact was catastrophic, driving through the villain's neck and skull with such precision and power that it separated All for One's head from his body entirely. The villain's enhanced body remained standing for a surreal moment, quirk energy still crackling around it before collapsing in a heap. The severed head rolled several feet away, the mask that had concealed All for One's ruined face cracking on impact with the ground. Silence fell across the battlefield. All Might stood frozen in shock, his fist still raised for an attack that would never be delivered. The other pro-heroes who had been engaging peripheral threats stopped mid-action, staring at the sudden, gruesome end of Japan's most notorious villain. Izuku landed calmly beside the fallen body, his expression unchanged as he assessed the result of his attack. "Target neutralized," he stated simply, loud enough for those nearby to hear. "Threat eliminated permanently." All Might staggered forward, his massive form beginning to emit steam, a sign that his transformation was failing. "Young Midoriya," he gasped, his voice a mixture of horror and disbelief. "What have you done?" "I ended the conflict efficiently," Izuku replied, meeting All Might's gaze steadily. "All for One is dead. He will not return again." "That wasn't your decision to make." All Might's voice rose, though it was weakening noticeably. "We capture villains. We don't execute them. Even All for One deserved a trial. Deserved." "He deserved elimination," Izuku interrupted calmly. "He has escaped capture before. He has killed countless heroes. He created the League that attacked children. The cycle ends here." Before All Might could respond, his transformation failed completely. In a cloud of steam, the symbol of peace shrank to his true form, a skeletal, gaunt man barely recognizable as the world's greatest hero. Gasps and cries of shock erupted from the assembled heroes and the civilians watching from a distance. "No," All Might whispered, looking down at his true form revealed for all to see. "Not like this." Izuku regarded the transformation without surprise. He had been aware of All Might's dual forms since their early interactions. "Your secret is revealed," he observed, "but the threat is neutralized. An acceptable trade." Endeavor arrived then, having descended from the rooftop. His eyes moved from All Might's true form to All For One's decapitated body, his expression unreadable behind his flame mask. "It's done then," the flame hero stated, his voice oddly subdued. "All For One is finished. Permanently." "Yes," Izuku confirmed. "The mission is complete." As the initial shock began to wear off, the scene erupted into chaotic activity. Medical teams rushed forward to attend to injured heroes, police established a perimeter around All For One's remains, and media helicopters circled overhead, capturing footage that would soon be broadcast nationwide. Through it all, Izuku stood impassive, unmoved by the tumult around him. He had acted according to his nature, identifying the greatest threat and eliminating it with maximum efficiency. The human concepts of due process and proportional response held no relevance in the face of existential threats like All For One. Hawks arrived shortly after, his wings spreading wide as he landed beside the gathered heroes. His usual laid-back demeanor was nowhere to be seen as he surveyed the scene with sharp eyes. "So it's true," the wing hero said, his gaze fixed on Izuku. "First the League at the camp, now All For One himself. You don't believe in half measures, do you, kid?" "Efficiency is paramount," Izuku replied simply. "All For One would have killed All Might if the battle had continued. I prevented that outcome." Hawk studied him for a long moment, then gave a low whistle. "Well, can't argue with results, I guess, but you've just rewritten the hero playbook in about 48 hours. Not everyone's going to be thrilled about that." As if to emphasize his point, police officers approached cautiously, led by Detective Tsukauchi, All Might's longtime friend and ally in law enforcement. "Midoriya Izuku," Tsukauchi began formally, though his voice carried a note of uncertainty. "I need to take your statement regarding the death of All For One." "Of course," Izuku agreed readily. "I identified the target, calculated the most efficient point of attack, and executed with precision to ensure permanent neutralization. The threat has been eliminated." Tsukauchi blinked, clearly taken aback by the clinical description. "That's not exactly what I meant. There are protocols for using lethal force even against villains like All For One." "Your protocols are designed for human quirk users," Izuku stated matter-of-factly. "I am half Viltrumite. Our protocols are more direct. Identify threats, eliminate threats, protect territory." The detective exchanged a troubled glance with All Might, who was being attended to by paramedics nearby. "This isn't Viltrum, Midoriya. Earth has laws, systems of justice." "Which failed to contain All For One the first time," Izuku interrupted calmly. "I prevented a recurrence of that failure. The outcome is optimal." Before Tsukauchi could respond, a government helicopter descended onto the battlefield. From it emerged several figures in formal attire, representatives from the Hero Public Safety Commission, the governing body responsible for hero regulation in Japan. "This situation has been classified as a matter of national security," announced the lead representative, a stern-looking woman in a sharp business suit. "All further discussion of today's events will be conducted in private. Midoriya Izuku is to accompany us immediately for debriefing." Tsukauchi frowned. "The police have jurisdiction over." "Not anymore," the woman cut him off, producing official documentation. "By order of the Prime Minister himself, the HPSC has been granted emergency authority over this incident. All media are to be cleared from the area and all heroes are to maintain complete confidentiality until further notice." Izuku observed this development with mild interest. The government's rapid intervention suggested they recognized the paradigm-shifting nature of All For One's death, and perhaps the implications of a half-Viltrumite acting with lethal authority on Japanese soil. "I will comply," he stated simply when the HPSC representative turned to him. "My scheduled training with Hawks was to begin tomorrow in any case." "That schedule has been modified," the woman informed him. "You'll be debriefed at HPSC headquarters first. Your training arrangements will be discussed afterward." As Izuku was escorted to the government helicopter, he caught a final glimpse of All Might. still in his true form, watching with an expression of profound loss and concern. Their eyes met briefly, and in that moment, Izuku understood that something fundamental had changed between them. The mentor-student relationship they had cultivated, always tenuous given Izuku's Viltrumite nature, had transformed into something else entirely. All Might had sought to guide Izuku toward human heroism, to channel his alien power within the constraints of human society. That project had failed decisively. The Viltrumite had emerged fully, acting according to his true nature without hesitation or remorse. As the helicopter lifted off, carrying him toward whatever bureaucratic process awaited, Izuku felt no regret, no uncertainty about his actions. He had eliminated threats to his territory efficiently. That was the Viltrumite way, and Earth, it seemed, would need to adapt to that reality. The Hero Public Safety Commission headquarters was an imposing structure of glass and steel in the heart of Tokyo's government district. Unlike UA or Hero agencies, which cultivated public-facing images of accessibility and reassurance, the HPSC projected authority and regulation, the iron fist in the velvet glove of the Hero system. Izuku was escorted to a secure conference room deep within the building, where a panel of HPSC officials awaited. At the center sat the commission president herself, a diminutive, elderly woman whose appearance belied her absolute authority over Japan's hero industry. Midoriya Izuku, she began without preamble, her voice surprisingly strong for her frail appearance. In the past 48 hours, you have killed 9 villains, including All for One, the most dangerous criminal in modern Japanese history. You have acted outside established hero protocols, legal frameworks, and ethical boundaries. By all conventional standards, you should be stripped of your provisional hero license, expelled from UA, and potentially prosecuted. Izuku met her gaze steadily, unintimidated by her authority or the seriousness of her words. I eliminated threats to society with maximum efficiency. The results speak for themselves. Indeed they do, the president replied, her expression unreadable. The League of Villains has been dismantled. All for One is dead. Threats that have plagued our society for generations were eliminated in 2 days by a single first-year student. She paused, tapping a thin finger against the table, which presents us with an unprecedented situation. Conventional hero ethics dictate that we censure you severely. Strategic considerations suggest otherwise. Izuku tilted his head slightly. You're evaluating my utility versus the precedent set by allowing lethal force. A flicker of something, perhaps surprise, perhaps approval, crossed the president's features. Precisely. You understand the dilemma your actions have created for us. There is no dilemma, Izuku stated calmly. I am not fully human. I do not claim to operate within human ethical constraints. I eliminate threats to protect my territory and those within it. Judge me by results, not methods. The president studied him for a long moment, then turned to a tablet before her. Your biological father is from a species called Viltrumites. According to information provided by All Might, they are a warrior race known for conquest rather than protection. Is that accurate? Viltrumites value strength and dominance, Izuku confirmed. Weakness is eliminated, strength is cultivated. It's an efficient system. And yet you've chosen to protect rather than conquer, the president observed. Despite your Viltrumite heritage, you've directed your actions toward eliminating those who threaten society, not dominating society itself. Izuku considered this assessment. Protection and dominance are not mutually exclusive. A Viltrumite protects what is theirs. And what is yours, Midoriya? The president asked, her eyes sharp. How do you define your territory? Initially, my classmates and immediate vicinity, Izuku replied honestly. It has expanded to include UA and, by extension, those the school is meant to protect. The logical progression would be to continue that expansion to encompass Japan and eventually Earth itself. Murmurs rippled through the assembled officials at this matter-of-fact declaration of what sounded remarkably like global ambition. The president, however, remained impassive. That is a concerning trajectory from a governmental perspective, she noted dryly. We generally prefer heroes who protect within established frameworks rather than those who might establish their own. Frameworks are tools, Izuku replied. Effective when they serve their purpose, obstacles when they don't. All for One escaped your framework once before. He will not do so again. The president's lips twitched in what might have been the ghost of a smile. No, he certainly won't. She exchanged glances with her colleagues before continuing. We've reached a provisional decision regarding your status, Midoriya. It's unorthodox, but then so is this entire situation. She slid a document across the table toward him. The HPSC is creating a new classification specifically for you. Omega Level Hero Operative. This grants you limited authorization to use lethal force when conventional hero methods would prove ineffective against existential threats. You will report directly to the Commission rather than through standard hero agency structures. Izuku scanned the document quickly, his enhanced cognitive abilities processing the legal terminology efficiently. This places me outside the standard hero system while maintaining official sanction for my actions. Exactly, the president confirmed. You are too valuable an asset to lose over procedural conflicts, yet too potentially destabilizing to operate within conventional hero parameters. This solution addresses both concerns. And my training? Izuku inquired, looking up from the document. We'll continue as planned, with modifications, the president replied. Hawks will oversee your training for the next week, followed by All Might, assuming he's willing, given recent events. Both have been briefed on your new status. Izuku nodded, finding the arrangement logical from a strategic perspective. I accept these terms. Good, the president said, standing to indicate the meeting's conclusion. A government transport will take you to Hawk's agency immediately. One final note, Midoriya, while we've created this special classification for you, public messaging will be more nuanced. The official statement regarding All for One's death will indicate he was killed during a joint operation involving multiple top heroes. Your specific role will remain classified for now. Understood, Izuku replied, recognizing the political necessity of controlling such information. Though eventually the truth will emerge. Eventually, the president agreed, her eyes studying him with calculating intensity. But by then, society will have had time to adjust to the new reality you represent. A reality where some threats are simply too dangerous for conventional approaches. As Izuku was escorted from the building, he reflected on this development with detached interest. The human authorities had adapted more quickly than anticipated to the presence of a Viltrumite among them, creating special classifications and authorities. Rather than attempting to force him into existing frameworks, it was, he decided, a rational response to an unprecedented situation. They recognized his value as a weapon against extraordinary threats while establishing monitoring mechanisms to maintain the illusion of control. Whether that control was real or merely nominal remained to be seen, but for now, the arrangement served his purposes. The world was adapting to him, not the other way around. As it should be. Hawk's agency in Kyushu was a stark contrast to Endeavor's imposing headquarters. Situated in a converted warehouse near the coast, it prioritized functionality over appearance, with open spaces, minimal decoration, and a distinctly informal atmosphere that reflected the wing hero's laid-back persona. Hawks himself was waiting on the rooftop landing pad when the government transport arrived, his crimson wings spread casually as he lounged against an air conditioning unit. His usual easy smile was in place, though his sharp eyes evaluated Izuku with more intensity than his relaxed posture suggested. So, the number 2 hero, newly promoted after All Might's public transformation, said as Izuku disembarked, I hear you've been upgraded from student to Omega level operative. Pretty fancy title for a first year. The classification is pragmatic rather than honorary, Izuku replied, following Hawks toward a rooftop access door. It aligns official sanction with practical reality. Hawks chuckled, the sound surprisingly genuine. You know, most kids your age would be at least a little excited about getting special government clearance to do what no other hero can. But you make it sound like filing taxes. Excitement is inefficient, Izuku stated simply. The arrangement is logical, nothing more. Right, Viltrumite efficiency and all that. Hawks led him into an elevator that descended to the main training area. Well, logical or not, your actions have turned the hero world upside down in less than a week. All for One dead, the League dismantled, and All Might's true form revealed to the public. That's quite the hat trick, kid. Izuku considered this assessment. The threats were eliminated efficiently. The revelation of All Might's condition was an acceptable collateral outcome given the primary objective's success. The elevator doors opened to reveal indoor training facility, where several of Hawk's sidekicks were engaged in various exercises. All activity ceased momentarily as they noticed their boss enter with the blood-soaked student who had decapitated All for One on national television. "All right, everyone take 5, Hawks called out cheerfully. "Need to brief our special guest on his training regime." As the sidekicks filed out, many casting curious or wary glances at Izuku, Hawks led him to a central planning table with holographic displays. "So, here's the deal," the wing hero began, activating a display that showed a map of Japan with several locations highlighted. "The Commission has decided that your week with me should focus on rapid response and surgical precision rather than the brute force approach you're naturally inclined toward." Hawks manipulated the display, zooming in on a coastal area. "We've got reports of remnant League affiliates attempting to regroup near Osaka. Not the main members, you've handled those quite thoroughly, but fringe associates, international contacts, and sympathizers who might try to fill the power vacuum." Izuku studied the information with analytical interest. "You propose we eliminate these elements before they can reorganize?" "See, that right there is what we need to work on," Hawks replied, pointing a feather at him. "Not everything requires elimination, Midoriya. Sometimes capture, interrogation, and intelligence gathering are more valuable than simple termination." "Inefficient," Izuku stated flatly. "Captured villains escape, dead ones don't." Hawks sighed, running a hand through his spiky blonde hair. "Look, I get the Viltrumite approach to problem solving. It's direct, I'll give you that. But even putting aside the whole heroes don't kill ethical debate, there's strategic value in keeping some enemies alive." He expanded the display to show a network of connections between various villain groups. "One captured villain who talks can lead us to dozens more. Kill them all immediately, and you might miss bigger threats lurking in the shadows. It's about information as much as neutralization." Izuku considered this perspective with genuine thought. While the Viltrumite approach prioritized immediate threat elimination, Hawk's argument for strategic intelligence gathering held logical merit. "I will adapt my approach when intelligence value outweighs security risk," he conceded finally. "But my judgment on that balance will be final." Hawk studied him for a moment, then nodded. "Fair enough, that's progress at least." He closed the holographic display with a gesture. "We deploy tomorrow at 0500. Tonight, rest and prepare. My sidekicks are understandably a bit wary after your recent activities, so maybe try not to mention decapitation during dinner, yeah?" Izuku nodded, though he found the request for social accommodations somewhat unnecessary. The opinions of Hawk's sidekicks were irrelevant to mission objectives. The week with Hawks proved surprisingly educational, though not in the ways Izuku had initially anticipated. Rather than focusing on combat techniques or power applications, the wing hero emphasized information gathering, target prioritization, and the strategic value of selective force application. They conducted 3 operations against Remnant League affiliates, each demonstrating different approaches. In the first, Izuku followed Hawk's recommendation to capture rather than kill the targets, yielding intelligence that led to 2 larger cells. In the second, they eliminated a heavily armed group that was preparing to attack a hero agency in Endeavor's territory. The third was a mixed approach, capturing the leadership for interrogation while eliminating those who resisted too forcefully. "See the difference?" Hawks asked as they debriefed after the final operation. "When you killed those first League members at the camp, you closed doors to intelligence we could have used. When you took out All for One, you eliminated an existential threat that couldn't be contained. Different threats, different approaches." Izuku nodded thoughtfully. "Tactical flexibility based on target classification and intelligence value. A logical refinement to the basic Viltrumite approach." Hawks grinned, clapping him on the shoulder. "Exactly, you're getting it. Being the strongest doesn't always mean hitting the hardest. Sometimes it means knowing exactly when and how to apply that strength for maximum effect." By the end of the week, Izuku had developed a more nuanced threat assessment framework that incorporated Hawk's emphasis on intelligence gathering while maintaining the core Viltrumite principle of decisive action. It was He decided, an optimal synthesis of approaches. On the final day of his training with Hawks, as they prepared for Izuku's transfer to All Might for the last week of specialized instruction, an alert came through on the Hero Network. Multiple unidentified flying objects had entered Earth's atmosphere, trajectory indicating planned descent near Tokyo within the hour. Potential alien incursion, Hawks read from the alert, his usual casual demeanor giving way to focused professionalism. All available S-Class heroes to deploy immediately for assessment and containment. Izuku felt an unexpected sensation at this news, something beyond his usual analytical interest. "I should accompany you," he stated, his voice carrying an unusual edge of authority. "If these are extraterrestrial entities, my experience may be relevant." Hawks glanced at him sharply, noting the subtle shift in demeanor. "You think these might be related to your father's people?" "The Viltrumites." "Unknown," Izuku replied honestly. "But the possibility exists. Viltrumites are among the few species capable of interstellar travel without technological assistance." The wing hero considered this for a moment, then nodded decisively. "All right, you're with me on this one, but we follow standard first contact protocols. Assessment before action. Even if they are Viltrumites, we don't engage hostilely without provocation." Izuku nodded, though internally he was already calculating combat scenarios. If these were indeed Viltrumites, Hawks and the other heroes would be severely outmatched. Only he would stand between Earth and whatever purpose had brought his father's people to this planet. They deployed immediately, Hawks carrying Izuku for speed until they were close enough to Tokyo for Izuku to fly under his own power. As they approached the projected landing zone, an industrial area near Tokyo Bay, they could see other heroes already gathering. Edgeshot, Ryukyu, and several others with significant combat capabilities. In the sky above, 3 distinct objects were visible, descending in a controlled pattern that suggested intelligence rather than random debris. As they drew closer, Izuku's enhanced vision confirmed what he had suspected. The objects were not vessels, but individuals, 3 humanoid figures flying under their own power, Viltrumites. He could see them clearly now, 2 males and 1 female, all wearing the distinctive uniforms of the Viltrumite Empire, form-fitting suits with capes emblazoned with the imperial symbol. Their physical characteristics were unmistakable. The powerful builds, the proud bearing, the casual disregard for atmospheric friction as they descended at speeds that would kill normal humans. Confirmed Viltrumite presence, Izuku informed Hawks as they landed among the assembled heroes. 3 individuals, likely an assessment team rather than a full invasion force. Hawk's eyes narrowed as he peered up at the approaching figures. "Friendly or hostile?" "Unknown," Izuku replied truthfully. Viltrumites rarely visit planets without purpose. That purpose could range from simple observation to conquest evaluation. The assembled heroes shifted uneasily at this assessment. Edgeshot stepped forward, his usually calm demeanor unchanged despite the tension. "Midoriya, given your heritage, you should take point on initial contact. We'll support as needed." Izuku nodded, moving ahead of the hero line as the 3 Viltrumites touched down 100 meters away. They landed with casual grace, creating small impact craters in the concrete, but showing no signs of discomfort or effort from their interstellar journey. The leader, a massive male with a full beard and cold eyes, stepped forward, scanning the assembled heroes with obvious disdain before his gaze settled on Izuku. "So," he said in perfect Japanese, his voice carrying easily across the distance, "this is where conquest abandoned his seed. I had wondered what sort of weakling would result from diluting our blood with this planet's primitives." Izuku recognized the name with a jolt of unexpected emotion. Conquest, his biological father. The Viltrumite who had visited Earth years ago, mated with his mother, and departed without knowledge of the child that would result. "I am Midoriya Izuku," he replied in a clear, steady voice. "Half Viltrumite, half human. State your purpose on Earth." The bearded Viltrumite's lips curled in a slight smile that held no warmth. "I am Thrag, Grand Regent of the Viltrumite Empire. These are my lieutenants, Craig and Anissa." He gestured to the male and female Viltrumites flanking him. "Our purpose is assessment of this planet's potential value and of you, the half-breed offspring of one of our greatest warriors." Hawks stepped forward, wings spread slightly in a display that was both diplomatic and ready for action. I'm Hawks, #2 hero of Japan. On behalf of Earth's governments, I welcome you and request peaceful dialogue regarding your visit. Thrag didn't even glance at him, his attention fixed solely on Izuku. The animals speak as if they have standing, he remarked coldly. Interesting that you allow this, half-breed. Has your human side made you weak, or are you simply biding your time before claiming this world properly? Izuku felt a surge of something unfamiliar, a territorial instinct that transcended his usual calculated responses. These were pure Viltrumites, looking down on not just humans, but on him as a hybrid. The implication of weakness was unacceptable. Earth is under my protection, Izuku stated, his voice carrying a new note of authority that made the assembled heroes glance at him in surprise. Your assessment is noted. Now state your true purpose. Thrag's eyes narrowed, evaluating Izuku with new interest. Direct and assertive. Perhaps Conquest's blood runs stronger than I thought. He straightened, his massive frame casting a long shadow in the afternoon sun. Very well. The Empire has noticed unusual energy signatures from the sector, power that could prove useful or threatening. We've also received reports of a half-breed displaying notable strength. I've come to evaluate both. Izuku processed this information rapidly. The unusual energy signatures likely referred to powerful quirks, perhaps specifically All-for-One's ability to steal and stockpile abilities. The Empire would naturally be interested in such potential, either to acquire it or eliminate it as a threat. All-for-One is dead, Izuku informed them flatly. I killed him myself 3 days ago. Whatever power signature you detected from him is no longer relevant. This statement caused a visible reaction among the Viltrumites. Craig, the male lieutenant, stepped forward with newfound interest. You eliminated a planetary-level threat single-handedly, without Viltrumite training or guidance? Yes, Izuku confirmed simply. He was inefficient and destructive. I removed him. Anissa, the female Viltrumite, laughed, a harsh, cold sound. He speaks like one of us, yet stands with these weaklings. Fascinating contradiction. Thrag studied Izuku for a long moment, then nodded decisively. Our assessment requires further data. Craig will test your combat capabilities, while Anissa and I evaluate this planet's defenses and resources. Hawks moved forward instantly, his feathers bristling. That's not how first contact works on Earth. We don't subject visitors or citizens to combat tests, and we don't allow unmonitored evaluation of our defenses. Thrag finally deigned to look at the hero, his expression one of amused contempt. You misunderstand, animal. This was not a request requiring your permission. Before any of the heroes could react, Craig had already moved, crossing the 100 meters to Izuku in a blur of speed and launching a punch that would have shattered a building. Izuku blocked it instinctively, the impact creating a shockwave that knocked the nearest heroes off their feet and shattered windows for several blocks. Acceptable reflexes, Craig noted, sounding genuinely impressed. Let's see what else Conquest's offspring can do. What followed was unlike anything the assembled heroes had ever witnessed. Izuku and Craig engaged in combat at speeds barely visible to human perception, each strike generating forces that threatened to level the surrounding area. Buildings trembled, concrete cracked, and the very air seemed to distort around them as they tested each other's capabilities. Izuku quickly realized that while Craig was stronger than any opponent he had faced on Earth, the Viltrumite was not significantly stronger than himself. His hybrid vigor, the genetic advantage that sometimes resulted from crossbreeding, had given him physical capabilities that matched or even exceeded those of a pure Viltrumite. As they fought, Izuku observed that Thrag and Anissa had taken to the air, clearly intending to conduct their assessment of Earth, despite Hawk's objections. The heroes below were scrambling to respond, but none had the capacity to pursue opponents who could break the sound barrier in flight. A tactical decision formed instantly in Izuku's mind. Craig was the immediate threat, but allowing the other Viltrumites to gather intelligence on Earth's defenses posed a greater strategic risk. He needed to end this confrontation decisively and immediately. Breaking away from Craig momentarily, Izuku shot skyward with such speed that the air cracked behind him. He intercepted Thrag and Anissa at 10,000 feet, positioning himself directly in their flight path. Your assessment ends now, he stated, his voice carrying the full authority of his Viltrumite heritage. Earth is my territory. You will depart or be removed. Thrag's expression shifted from surprise to cold anger. You dare to give orders to the Grand Regent? Your mixed blood has clearly affected your judgment, half-breed. My mixed blood has given me the strength to protect what's mine, Izuku replied, unmoved by the Regent's anger. Test that strength further at your peril. Craig rejoined them, hovering beside his leader with a look of grudging respect directed at Izuku. He fights well, Thrag, better than expected for one raised among primitives. Yet he lacks proper Viltrumite perspective, Thrag observed coldly, protecting these animals rather than ruling them. A waste of potential. Anissa circled Izuku, evaluating him with clinical interest. Perhaps he simply needs proper guidance. He has Conquest's build and reflexes, but none of his father's ruthlessness. My father, Izuku said, the words feeling strange on his tongue, abandoned this planet without completing his assessment. I have completed it for him. Earth is valuable, but not as a conquest, as a protectorate. Thrag's eyes narrowed dangerously. You presume much, half-breed. The Empire decides which planets are conquered and which are protected, not untrained offspring with divided loyalties. I'm not asking permission, Izuku stated, echoing Thrag's earlier dismissal of Hawks. I'm informing you of reality. Earth is under my protection. The Empire's interest is noted and rejected. For a moment, genuine shock registered on the Grand Regent's face, clearly unaccustomed to such direct challenge. Then his expression hardened into something truly dangerous. It seems Conquest's offspring requires a lesson in Viltrumite hierarchy, he said, his voice deceptively calm. Craig, Anissa, restrain him. We'll take him back to Viltrum for proper re-education. The two lieutenants moved simultaneously, attempting to flank Izuku and restrict his movement. But Izuku had anticipated this tactic, recognizing the standard Viltrumite approach to subduing powerful opponents. What the pure Viltrumites hadn't anticipated was the tactical adaptability Izuku had developed during his hero training. While Viltrumite combat typically relied on overwhelming force applied directly, Izuku had learned the value of precision, timing, and environmental leverage from his work with heroes like Mirko and Hawks. As Craig and Anissa converged on him, Izuku didn't try to outmuscle them both, a contest he might lose against two full Viltrumites. Instead, he waited until the last possible moment, then dropped his altitude sharply, causing the two lieutenants to collide with each other at speeds approaching Mach 3. The impact was catastrophic for both Viltrumites, stunning them momentarily, which was all the opening Izuku needed. Before either could recover, he had already shot back upward, driving his fist into Craig's solar plexus with enough force to send the male Viltrumite hurtling into the upper atmosphere. Anissa recovered more quickly, managing to catch Izuku with a glancing blow that would have shattered a normal human's skull. Even with his durability, the impact was significant, momentarily disorienting him. Impressive tactics, she acknowledged, pressing her advantage with a flurry of strikes. But raw strength still matters. Half-breed. Izuku blocked or dodged most of her attacks, analyzing her fighting style with clinical detachment despite the ferocity of her assault. Like many Viltrumites, she relied heavily on direct force application, leaving subtle openings that a more technical fighter could exploit. When he saw his opportunity, Izuku countered with a precisely targeted strike to her inner ear, a vulnerability he had identified during their exchange. The blow disrupted her equilibrium instantly, sending her tumbling through the air, unable to stabilize her flight. Thrag watched this exchange with growing anger, clearly reassessing the threat Izuku posed. Perhaps I underestimated Conquest's contribution to your genetics, he conceded coldly. But you are still no match for the Grand Regent. With that, he attacked, and Izuku immediately understood why Thrag held his position. The Regent's speed and power exceeded even Craig's by a significant margin, each strike carrying enough force to be felt across kilometers. Izuku found himself on the defensive, unable to find openings in Thrag's relentless assault. The Grand Regent was not just stronger but more technically proficient than his lieutenants, his centuries of experience evident in every calculated move. You see now, half-breed? Thrag said as he drove Izuku downward with a particularly devastating blow. This is the difference between true Viltrumite purity and diluted hybrid strength. You never had a chance. Izuku crashed into an empty warehouse district, the impact creating a crater 100 meters wide. As he pulled himself from the rubble, he could see the heroes attempting to approach, only to be driven back by the shockwaves of the confrontation. Thrag descended slowly, his cape billowing dramatically as he landed at the crater's edge. "Your potential is considerable," he acknowledged, "but wasted on protecting these primitives. Final chance. Submit to Viltrumite authority and return with us for proper training, or die here defending animals unworthy of your genetic heritage." Izuku rose to his feet, his hero costume torn and bloodied, but his resolve unshaken. In this moment of ultimate challenge, something crystallized within him, a perfect synthesis of his human upbringing and Viltrumite instincts. "You've made a critical error in your assessment," Izuku stated calmly, his voice carrying across the devastated landscape. "You assume my human heritage weakens me. The opposite is true." Thrag's eyes narrowed. "Explain." "Viltrumites conquered through pure strength, but stagnated for millennia afterward," Izuku observed. "Humans adapt, innovate, overcome limitations through intelligence and cooperation. My hybrid nature gives me the best of both, Viltrumite strength combined with human adaptability." As he spoke, Izuku was subtly shifting his position, preparing for what would need to be a perfect execution of his strategy. Thrag was stronger, perhaps significantly so, but his Viltrumite arrogance created exploitable weaknesses. "Interesting theory," Thrag replied dismissively. "Let's test it against reality." He launched forward with devastating speed, aiming to end the confrontation with a single, overwhelming attack. But Izuku had anticipated this. It was the Viltrumite way, after all. Direct, powerful, predictable, at the last possible moment, Izuku sidestepped, not trying to avoid the attack entirely, but redirecting its force in a technique he had learned from Mirko. He caught Thrag's extended arm and used the Regent's own momentum to throw him into the ground with catastrophic force, driving him deep in the Earth's crust. The impact registered on seismographs across Japan as a 5.7 magnitude earthquake, buildings swaying in Tokyo despite the distance. Before Thrag could recover, Izuku was already executing the next phase of his strategy, flying straight up into the atmosphere at maximum speed, breaking the sound barrier instantly and continuing to accelerate. As expected, Thrag pursued, his rage at being outmaneuvered by a half-breed, overwhelming his tactical judgment. They shot upward together, climbing beyond the stratosphere and into the thermosphere, where the air was too thin for sound to carry. Izuku maintained his trajectory, pushing his speed to limits he had never before attempted. Thrag followed, closing the distance gradually as they approached the edge of Earth's gravitational influence. "There's nowhere to run, half-breed," Thrag shouted, though in the near vacuum, the words were more felt than heard. "Face your execution with dignity." But running had never been Izuku's intention. As they passed beyond Earth's protective magnetic field, exposed to the full radiation of the sun, Izuku abruptly changed direction. Not away from Thrag, but directly toward the sun itself. Viltrumites could survive in space indefinitely. They could withstand extreme temperatures far beyond human tolerance. But the core of a star, even at its corona, represented forces beyond even Viltrumite physiological limits. Thrag realized Izuku's strategy too late. By the time he attempted to alter his course, their combined momentum and the sun's gravitational pull had created an inescapable trajectory. They plunged together toward the blinding surface of Earth's star, the temperature rising exponentially with each passing second. "You'll die too," Thrag roared, his voice barely perceptible even to Izuku's enhanced hearing in the vacuum of space. "Is that your plan? Mutual destruction?" "No," Izuku replied with cold certainty. "Hybrid vigor. I'll survive longer than you will." It was a calculated gamble based on the scientific principle that had given him his exceptional abilities in the first place. Hybrid organisms often demonstrated greater resilience than their purebred counterparts, an evolutionary advantage meant to compensate for potential genetic incompatibilities. As they approached the corona of the sun, the temperature reached levels that began to affect even Viltrumite physiology. Their skin blistered, their hair combusted, their very cells began to break down under the unimaginable heat. Thrag struggled desperately now, trying to break free of Izuku's grip, but the half-human hybrid held firm despite his own rapidly accumulating damage. They plunged deeper beyond the chromosphere and toward the transition zone where temperatures exceeded 1 million degrees Celsius. For Earth, Izuku stated simply as Thrag's proud form began to disintegrate in the solar inferno. The Grand Regent's final expression was one of shock and disbelief. Unable to comprehend that a half-breed would sacrifice himself to protect a planet of animals, or that his pure Viltrumite physiology would fail before the hybrids. As Thrag's body finally succumbed to the sun's power, reduced to component atoms in the stellar furnace, Izuku used his last reserves of strength to alter his trajectory. Generating just enough force to begin the long fall back toward Earth, his consciousness faded as his body, severely damaged but still intact, drifted through the void of space on a return course to the blue planet he had claimed as his territory and sworn to protect. In the atmosphere above Earth, Craig and Anissa had recovered from their initial defeats and were preparing to continue the assault when they felt it. The unmistakable psychic shockwave that accompanied the death of a Viltrumite, particularly one as powerful as Thrag. They stared at each other in disbelief, then up toward the sun where Izuku and their leader had disappeared. "Impossible," Craig whispered, his usual confidence shattered. "No half-breed could defeat the Grand Regent." Anissa's expression shifted from shock to calculation, and yet he appears to have done exactly that. She turned her gaze toward the heroes gathered below, watching anxiously as the confrontation unfolded beyond their reach. This changes everything. On Earth, unaware of what had transpired beyond their atmosphere, the heroes and authorities had established a perimeter around the battle zone, evacuating civilians and preparing for the worst. Hawks maintained position at the edge of the impact crater, his sharp eyes scanning the skies for any sign of the combatants. A flash of light drew his attention, not from above, but from the direction of UA High School. All Might was approaching, his skeletal true form barely containing the remnants of One for All, as he pushed his body beyond its limits one more time. Hawks, the former symbol of peace, gasped as he arrived, clearly exhausted from the effort of traveling even this short distance in his weakened state. "Where is young Midoriya?" "Up there," Hawks replied grimly, pointing skyward, with 3 full-blooded Viltrumites, including their leader. "It doesn't look good, All Might. The power they're displaying is beyond anything we've seen, even from him." All Might's sunken eyes scanned the heavens, his expression pained. "I should have prepared him better, guided him toward humanity instead of—" "With all due respect," Hawks interrupted, "I don't think humanity was ever going to win that internal battle. Not after what happened at the camp. Not after All for One." Before All Might could respond, a disturbance in the clouds drew their attention. 2 figures descended rapidly, Craig and Anissa, their expressions uncharacteristically solemn as they landed before the assembled heroes. Hawks tensed, his feathers bristling in preparation for combat. "Where is Midoriya and your leader?" Craig and Anissa exchanged glances before the male Viltrumite spoke. "The Grand Regent Thrag is dead. The half-breed Midoriya Izuku killed him by dragging him into your sun." Gasps and murmurs spread through the assembled heroes. All Might stepped forward, his emaciated frame somehow imposing through sheer force of will. "And Midoriya, where is he?" "Unknown," Anissa replied coldly. "Presumed destroyed along with Thrag. No Viltrumite has ever survived direct solar immersion." All Might's shoulders sagged, grief evident in his sunken features. He sacrificed himself to protect Earth. "A waste of superior genetics," Craig muttered, though there was a note of reluctant respect in his voice. "He could have ruled alongside us." Hawks studied the 2 Viltrumites carefully, noting subtle changes in their demeanor since their leader's death. "What happens now? Does your empire send more forces to avenge Thrag or to continue your assessment?" Anissa straightened, her imperious bearing returning. "The death of a Grand Regent requires us to return to Viltrum immediately to report and participate in the selection of a successor. What happens after that decision is made will determine Earth's fate." "In simple terms," Craig added bluntly, "you have a reprieve, not a victory. Use it wisely." Without further explanation, the 2 Viltrumites took to the skies, accelerating to escape velocity within seconds, and disappearing into the upper atmosphere, leaving Earth's defenders to contemplate the implications of their departure, and the apparent sacrifice of the half-human, half-Viltrumite who had stood between his mother's world and his father's empire. 3 days passed with no sign of Izuku. The media frenzy that followed the Viltrumite encounter and subsequent departure was unprecedented. The confirmation of intelligent extraterrestrial life, the revelation of Izuku's half-alien heritage, and the apparent death of the student who had single-handedly eliminated Targeted, all for one dominated global headlines. Heroes searched the predicted re-entry path based on last known trajectory, but found no evidence of a returning body. Scientists speculated that complete disintegration in the sun's corona was the most likely outcome. Regardless of his enhanced durability, a memorial service was planned at UA, the school coming to terms with the complex legacy of a student who had challenged every convention of heroism, yet ultimately gave his life to protect the planet. The debate about his methods, the killing of villains, the brutal efficiency, the Viltrumite approach to threat elimination was temporarily overshadowed by the magnitude of his final sacrifice. Mirko arrived at UA on the morning of the memorial, her usual confident stride subdued as she made her way to the principal's office, where Nezu, All Might, and other faculty had gathered. "Any news?" she asked without preamble as she entered. "Any sign of him?" All Might shook his head, his gaunt features haggard with grief and exhaustion. "Nothing. NASA and JAXA have been monitoring solar activity in Earth's orbital path. If he somehow survived and is on a return trajectory, there's no evidence of it." Mirko's expression hardened, her red eyes flashing with something beyond professional concern. "He's not dead." "Mirko," Nezu began gently, "the temperatures at even the outer layers of the sun exceed." "I don't care about your science," the rabbit hero cut him off. "I trained that kid. I saw what he's capable of. He's too stubborn, too determined to die like that." Before anyone could respond, an alert sounded from multiple hero communicators simultaneously. All Might activated the main screen in Nezu's office, revealing a global emergency broadcast. A massive energy signature had been detected entering Earth's atmosphere, trajectory indicating potential impact in the Pacific Ocean, approximately 200 kilometers east of Japan. "It could be the Viltrumites returning," Vlad King suggested grimly, "perhaps with reinforcements." "No," Mirko said, a fierce grin spreading across her face. "It's him." She was already moving toward the door as the others scrambled to respond. "I need transport to the projected impact site, now." Within minutes, a UA support helicopter was airborne with Mirko, All Might, and Hawks on board, racing toward the coordinates where the unidentified object was expected to enter the ocean. Military and hero agencies worldwide were mobilizing, uncertain whether they faced a returning ally or a new threat. As they approached the impact zone, Hawks, with his exceptional eyesight, spotted it first, a humanoid figure, plummeting through the atmosphere at terminal velocity, trailing fire like a meteor as atmospheric friction superheated the air around it. "There," he pointed, directing the pilot to adjust course. "Definitely humanoid, but I can't confirm identity at this distance." The helicopter accelerated to maximum speed, but it was clear they wouldn't reach the figure before ocean impact. All they could do was watch as it streaked downward, hitting the Pacific with enough force to create a massive steam explosion and tsunami-like waves that radiated outward. "Get us lower," Mirko commanded, already strapping a rescue harness to herself. "I'm going in after him." "Mirko, wait," All Might cautioned. "We don't know if..." But she had already leapt from the helicopter, diving into the turbulent waters below, with the precision and fearlessness that had earned her reputation as one of Japan's most daring heroes. Minutes passed, the ocean gradually calming after the initial impact. Hawks and All Might scanned the waters anxiously, looking for any sign of either Mirko or the fallen figure. Then a disturbance in the water, Mirko's head breaking the surface, followed by her arm supporting another figure. Even from the helicopter, they could see the state of the second body. Burned beyond recognition, the flesh charred and cracked, yet somehow still moving, still alive. A rescue basket was lowered immediately, and with Hawk's help, both Mirko and her burden were brought aboard the helicopter. As they settled on the floor, the extent of the damage became clear. Izuku's body was barely recognizable, his costume completely gone, his flesh blackened and broken from his journey through the sun and subsequent fall to Earth. Yet his eyes were open, those distinctive green eyes somehow untouched amidst the devastation of his face, and fixed on Mirko with unwavering recognition. Told you, Mirko said to the others, her usual brash tone softened by something deeper as she cradled Izuku's ruined form. Too stubborn to die. Mirko, Izuku managed, his voice a ragged whisper through damaged vocal cords. Thrag eliminated. Earth safe. I know, kid, she replied, something suspiciously like tears in her fierce red eyes. You did good. Really good. All Might knelt beside them, his skeletal hand hovering uncertainly over Izuku's devastated body. Young Midoriya, your sacrifice. Not sacrifice, Izuku interrupted, each word clearly costing him immense effort. Tactical calculation, hybrid vigor, as predicted. Hawks let out a startled laugh at this. Even at the brink of death, the half-Viltrumite was analyzing outcomes and efficiency. Unbelievable. He actually planned to survive solar immersion based on genetic theory. Get us to UA Medical immediately, All Might instructed the pilot. Recovery Girl needs to see him as soon as possible. As the helicopter changed course, Izuku's consciousness began to fade, his extraordinary body finally succumbing to the accumulated damage of his impossible journey. The last thing he registered before darkness claimed him was Mirko's firm grip on his hand and her fierce whisper, Hold on, Izuku. Your territory needs you. Recovery was neither quick nor easy, even for a half-Viltrumite with extraordinary regenerative capabilities. The damage Izuku had sustained went beyond mere physical trauma. Cellular degradation from solar radiation, molecular destabilization from extreme temperature fluctuations, and systemic shock from re-entry forces all combined to create a unique medical challenge. For 3 weeks, he remained in an induced coma, while Recovery Girl, working with a team of international quirk specialists, devised treatments to accelerate his healing without overwhelming his already taxed systems. His body slowly regenerated, replacing charred tissue with new growth, reconstructing damaged organs, and restoring his distinctive features. Mirko rarely left his side during this period. Her hero duties delegated to sidekicks as she maintained a near-constant vigil. Her presence seemed to have a measurable effect on his recovery rate, monitors showing improved vital signs whenever she spoke to him, even in his unconscious state. When Izuku finally opened his eyes, fully conscious for the first time since his return, Mirko was dozing in a chair beside his bed, her hand still resting on his arm. He studied her for a moment, noting the dark circles under her eyes and the slight dishevelment of her usually immaculate appearance. You need rest, he observed, his voice stronger than expected after weeks of disuse. Mirko jerked awake instantly, her red eyes widening as they focused on him. For a moment, her usual brash persona fell away completely, replaced by naked relief. Izuku, she breathed, then immediately recovered her typical attitude. About damn time you woke up. Do you have any idea how boring it is to watch someone sleep for 3 weeks? A slight smile touched Izuku's lips, an expression so rare that it momentarily startled even Mirko. You stayed. Of course I stayed, idiot, she retorted, though her tone held no real heat. Someone had to make sure you didn't die after all that dramatic solar diving. Izuku's expression grew serious as memories of the confrontation reasserted themselves. Thrag is eliminated? The lieutenants? Left Earth immediately after confirming their boss was toast, Mirko reported. Said something about reporting back to select a new leader. Hawks thinks we have some time before they return, if they return at all. Izuku nodded, processing this information. They will return eventually. The Empire doesn't abandon potential assets easily. Well, they'll find you waiting when they do, Mirko stated with absolute certainty, assuming you don't pull any more stunts like diving into the sun. It was the most efficient solution given the power differential, Izuku explained matter-of-factly. Thrag was stronger in direct confrontation, but my hybrid physiology provided superior resilience to extreme conditions. Mirko shook her head, a mixture of exasperation and something warmer in her expression. Only you would calculate survival odds for solar immersion in the middle of a fight to the death. Before Izuku could respond, the door opened to admit Recovery Girl, followed by All Might and Principal Nezu. The elderly healing hero approached immediately, checking Izuku's vitals with practiced efficiency. Remarkable, she muttered as she reviewed his readings. Complete cellular regeneration in less than a month. Your recovery rate exceeds even my most optimistic projections. Young Midoriya, All Might began, his voice thick with emotion. Words cannot express the depth of my That is, we all thought. What All Might is trying to say, Nezu interjected smoothly, is that we are extraordinarily relieved by your recovery and profoundly grateful for your actions in Earth's defense. Izuku accepted this with a slight nod. It was necessary. Thrag represented an existential threat to my territory. Elimination was the only logical response. All Might and Nezu exchanged glances at his choice of words, my territory, rather than Earth or humanity, but neither commented on it directly. While you've been recovering, Nezu continued, there have been significant developments regarding your status. The HPSC's Omega-level operative designation has been formally ratified by the United Nations Security Council, effectively granting you international sanction for your unique approach to threat assessment and neutralization. In other words, Mirko translated with a smirk, they've officially decided it's better to have you inside the tent pissing out than outside pissing in. Recovery Girl shot her a disapproving look at the crude metaphor, but Izuku merely nodded, understanding the pragmatic logic of the arrangement. The authorities had recognized the reality of his power and were adapting their frameworks accordingly, exactly as they should. There's more, All Might added, his expression serious. Your confrontation with the Viltrumites was witnessed globally. Your heritage, your abilities, and your willingness to sacrifice yourself for Earth have transformed public perception overnight. Where there was fear after the League and All for One incidents, there is now, well, something approaching worship in some quarters. Izuku frowned slightly. Worship is inefficient. Respect and compliance are sufficient. Mirko snorted at this. Well, you've got plenty of both now. Half the world is terrified of you, the other half wants to build statues in your honor, and pretty much everyone agrees it's a good thing you're on our side. Which brings us to the question of next steps, Nezu said carefully. Your medical team believes you'll be fully recovered within another week. The HPSC has proposed several options for your future role, ranging from continued hero education under modified parameters to immediate special licensing as an independent operative. Izuku considered these options with his usual analytical detachment. The confrontation with Thrag had clarified something fundamental within him, a perfect synthesis of his human upbringing and Viltrumite heritage. He was neither purely one nor the other, but something new entirely, a protector with the power to dominate, a conqueror who chose to defend. I will continue at UA to complete my formal hero education, he decided. Tactical and strategic training remains valuable. However, I will operate independently when extraterrestrial or Omega-level threats emerge. All Might nodded, relief evident in his gaunt features. Despite everything, the killing of villains, the confrontation with All for One, the decidedly non-heroic approach to problem-solving, he still saw potential in Izuku's path. There is one more matter, Nezu added, glancing significantly at Mirko. The nature of your relationship with Rabbit Hero Mirko has become a subject of considerable speculation, given her dedication during your recovery. Mirko's ears twitched in irritation. We're not discussing this now. He just woke up from a 3-week coma after swimming in the sun. Give him a break. Izuku looked at her with renewed interest, noting the subtle physiological indicators of emotional response, elevated heart rate, slight pupil dilation, increased blood flow to facial capillaries. These reactions, combined with her protective behavior and prolonged presence during his recovery, suggested emotional attachment beyond professional mentorship. Mirko will be my mate, he stated with characteristic directness, causing everyone in the room to freeze momentarily. Our compatibility is optimal both tactically and genetically. She demonstrates ideal qualities for propagating superior offspring. Mirko stared at him, momentarily speechless, a rare condition for the outspoken hero. Then, to everyone's surprise, she burst into laughter. Well, that's the least romantic proposal in human history, she managed between chuckles. But oddly fitting. Her red eyes met his green ones with unmistakable warmth beneath the amusement. We'll discuss the details when you're fully recovered, alien boy. Recovery Girl cleared her throat pointedly. I think that's quite enough excitement for our patient's first day of consciousness. Everyone out. Yes, including you, Mirko. He needs rest, not relationship negotiations. As they filed out, Mirko lingering until last, Izuku settled back against his pillows, processing the new equilibrium that was emerging. Earth now knew of the Viltrumite Empire's existence and the potential threat it posed. The human authorities had adapted to his presence and methods with surprising pragmatism, and he had identified a suitable mate who combined strength, intelligence, and genetic viability. Most importantly, he had established his dominance decisively, not just over Earth's villain population, but over Viltrumite interlopers as well. He had claimed this planet as his territory and demonstrated his willingness to defend it with lethal efficiency against all threats, internal or external. It was, he decided, an optimal outcome. The path forward was clear. Complete his hero education, formalize his relationship with Mirko, establish governance parameters for his territory, and prepare for the Empire's eventual return. Earth would adapt to his protection as it had already begun to do. The remaining villains would submit or be eliminated. And when the Viltrumites returned, as they inevitably would, they would find not a half-breed struggling with divided loyalties, but a hybrid guardian who had synthesized the best of both heritages into something greater than either. The universe would learn what Thrag had discovered too late. Earth was protected by a new kind of being. Neither human nor Viltrumite, but something beyond both. Earth was his. And he protected what was his. 6 months after the Viltrumite encounter, life had settled into a new normal. Izuku had returned to UA to complete his hero education, though his curriculum now included specialized diplomatic training and advanced threat assessment protocols alongside standard hero studies. His classmates had gradually adjusted to his presence, their initial fear giving way to a complex mixture of respect, caution, and even friendship in some cases. The world, too, had adapted to the reality of extraterrestrial life and the half-alien protector in their midst. New government agencies focused on space monitoring and potential extraterrestrial threats had been established worldwide. Heroes with abilities suited to cosmic-level conflicts received specialized training. Earth was preparing, however inadequately, for the possibility of future alien encounters. Izuku and Mirko had formalized their relationship in a private ceremony that blended traditional Japanese customs with what little Izuku knew of Viltrumite bonding rituals. The union of Japan's most powerful hero and its half-alien defender had generated headlines worldwide. But the couple ignored the publicity, focusing instead on establishing their shared territory and responsibilities. They had taken up residence in a specially constructed compound outside Tokyo, designed to withstand their combined strength during training and to provide appropriate security for what Izuku had begun to consider the beginning of a new dynasty. On a clear autumn morning, as they completed their daily training session in the reinforced facility, Izuku detected something unusual, a subtle disturbance in the upper atmosphere, too precise to be natural phenomena and too controlled to be space debris. "Someone's coming," he stated calmly, eyes fixed on the sky. Viltrumite approach pattern single individual. Mirko followed his gaze, though her eyes couldn't perceive what his could at such distance. "One of the lieutenants returning? Craig or Anissa?" "No," Izuku replied, his voice carrying an unusual edge. Different trajectory, different energy signature. Someone new. He activated his communication device, a specialized system linked directly to global defense networks he had helped establish. Potential Viltrumite approach detected. Single individual, ETA approximately 12 minutes. Coordinates locked. I'm moving to intercept. Without waiting for acknowledgement, he took to the air, accelerating to supersonic speed within seconds. Mirko watched him go, then activated her own alert system. If this was another Viltrumite confrontation, Earth's defenders needed to be ready, even if their primary role would be evacuation and damage control. Izuku reached the upper atmosphere just as the incoming object crossed the lunar orbital path. As it drew closer, he could discern details that confirmed his initial assessment. A Viltrumite in standard Imperial uniform. Male, powerfully built, though not as massive as Thrag had been. What he hadn't expected was the face that gradually became visible as the distance closed. A face that triggered recognition at some primal genetic level. The approaching Viltrumite slowed as he noticed Izuku's presence, hovering at the edge of Earth's atmosphere with an evaluating gaze. His beard was full and dark, his features hard and weathered by centuries of conflict, but the resemblance was unmistakable. "Conquest," Izuku stated, the name feeling strange on his tongue. His biological father, the Viltrumite, who had visited Earth 17 years ago, left his genetic contribution, and departed without knowledge of the offspring that would result. The Viltrumite's eyes widened slightly, the only indication of surprise on his otherwise impassive face. "You know me," he observed, his voice carrying easily through the thin upper atmosphere. "Yet I don't know you, though you bear Viltrumite characteristics." "I am Midoriya Izuku," he replied evenly, "son of Izuku Midoriya and yourself." Conquest studied him with new intensity, taking in his features, his stance, his evident power. "Impossible," he murmured, though his tone suggested he recognized the truth even as he denied it. "I left no offspring on this planet." "You left my mother 17 years ago," Izuku stated flatly. "You didn't stay to confirm conception." A range of emotions flickered across Conquest's face: surprise, disbelief, calculation, and finally a cold pride. "A son," he said, as if testing the concept. "Half Viltrumite, half human, and yet strong enough to face me without fear. Interesting." "I killed Thrag," Izuku informed him directly, watching closely for the reaction. 3 months ago, when he came to assess Earth's value to the Empire. This statement had the intended effect. Genuine shock registered on Conquest's features, quickly replaced by skepticism. Thrag, the Grand Regent? Impossible. No half-breed could defeat the strongest Viltrumite in the Empire. "I dragged him into the sun," Izuku explained calmly. "My hybrid physiology provided superior resistance to solar radiation. He disintegrated, I survived." Conquest stared at him, clearly reassessing everything about the encounter. "If what you say is true, you would be the first being in millennia to defeat Thrag in direct combat." "Not in direct combat," Izuku corrected precisely. "In tactical application of environmental advantages. A human approach to a Viltrumite confrontation." A strange expression crossed Conquest's face, something almost like respect, though clouded by Viltrumite prejudice against lesser species. "Perhaps there is value in your mixed heritage after all. The Empire has been in chaos since Thrag's disappearance. Craig and Anissa reported his death, but could provide few details." "Why are you here?" Izuku asked directly, maintaining his position between Conquest and Earth. "The Empire already sent its assessment team. They left after Thrag's elimination." Conquest's expression hardened. "I came because rumors reached me of a half-breed with extraordinary strength who claimed Viltrumite heritage. I didn't know. I couldn't have known he was my own blood." He studied Izuku with new calculation. "The succession crisis continues. No clear leader has emerged to replace Thrag. Your existence and your defeat of Thrag changes the equation considerably." Izuku processed this information rapidly, understanding the implications. In Viltrumite culture, strength determined hierarchy absolutely. As Thrag's killer, regardless of method, he would have significant standing in any succession discussion. "I have no interest in Viltrumite politics," he stated clearly. "Earth is my territory. I protect it. The Empire's internal affairs are irrelevant unless they threaten my domain." Conquest's lips curved in a cold smile. "You speak like a true Viltrumite despite your mixed blood. Territory, protection, dominance. These are our values, regardless of which planet we claim." "I've synthesized both heritages," Izuku replied. "Viltrumite's strength with human adaptability. The result is more effective than either alone." "So I see," Conquest acknowledged, his gaze evaluating Izuku with new intensity. "You've claimed Earth as your territory. You've eliminated its greatest threats, these villains I've heard about. You've even taken a mate, according to the transmissions we've intercepted. All very Viltrumite behavior, despite your human upbringing." Izuku remained silent, recognizing the assessment as essentially accurate while waiting for Conquest to reveal his true purpose. "I propose an alliance," Conquest finally said. "Father and son. With Thrag gone, the Empire needs new leadership. My claim would be significantly strengthened with you at my side, the half-breed who killed Thrag. Together we could reshape Viltrumite destiny." "And Earth?" Izuku asked, though he already anticipated the answer. "Would remain your territory, of course," Conquest replied smoothly. "Protected rather than conquered, if that's your preference. The Empire has many worlds. We need not add this one to our conquests if it's prince objects." Izuku considered the proposal with his usual analytical detachment. The offer revealed much about Conquest's character and intentions. His opportunism, his willingness to use familial connection for political advantage, his casual dismissal of Earth's importance beyond its value as a bargaining chip. "No," Izuku stated simply, Conquest's expression darkened. You refuse without consideration? This is a generous offer, son. Few half-breeds would be acknowledged, let alone offered partnership in Empire leadership. I've considered it fully, Izuku replied. Your proposal serves your ambitions, not Earth's security. You seek to use our genetic connection as leverage in Viltrumite politics, with no genuine concern for this planet or its inhabitants. They're humans, Conquest dismissed contemptuously. Weak, short-lived animals barely worth the genetic material I contributed to your creation. Why would I concern myself with their welfare? Because I do, Izuku stated, his voice taking on the edge of authority that had emerged during his confrontation with Thrag. And I have already demonstrated what happens to Viltrumites who threaten what I protect. Understanding dawned in Conquest's eyes, not just of Izuku's refusal, but of the implicit threat behind it. You would fight your own father, your blood, for these creatures? I would eliminate any threat to my territory, Izuku confirmed calmly. Genetic relation is irrelevant to that calculation. For a long moment, father and son hovered at the edge of Earth's atmosphere, the tension between them palpable even in the near vacuum of space. Then, surprisingly, Conquest laughed, a harsh, cold sound that nevertheless carried genuine amusement. You truly are my son, he declared, shaking his head slightly. That cold calculation, that absolute commitment to dominance, pure Viltrumite, regardless of your human DNA. His expression shifted to something more serious, more evaluating. Very well, I accept your claim to Earth as your exclusive territory. The Empire will recognize your authority here, independent of our rule elsewhere. Izuku's eyes narrowed slightly, suspicious of the sudden concession. Why? Because I recognize strength when I see it, Conquest replied simply. You killed Thrag, something no Viltrumite has managed in centuries. That demands respect, even from your father. His lips curved in a cold smile. Besides, the Empire has greater concerns than one small planet in an unremarkable solar system. Our war with the coalition of planets continues to drain resources. Internal politics consume what remains. Izuku processed this information, identifying both the explicit acknowledgement and the implicit intelligence about the Empire's current state. The mention of a coalition of planets suggested organized resistance to Viltrumite expansion, potentially valuable allies should future conflicts arise. Your recognition of my territorial claim is accepted, Izuku stated formally. Earth is under my protection. The Empire will respect this boundary or face consequences. Conquest nodded, a strange pride evident in his expression despite the implied threat against his own people. Agreed. I will inform the Empire of our arrangement and of the formidable half-breed who now guards this world. He studied Izuku for a moment longer. You've surpassed my expectations, son. Perhaps there is value in genetic hybridization after all. Without further ceremony, Conquest turned and accelerated away from Earth, quickly reaching escape velocity and disappearing into the depths of space. Izuku watched until his biological father was beyond even his enhanced visual range, processing the encounter and its implications. The meeting had established Earth's status more clearly than he had anticipated. Conquest's recognition, while potentially self-serving, would carry weight with the Viltrumite Empire. The acknowledgement of Izuku's territorial claim represented a diplomatic victory achieved without further conflict. An efficient outcome by any standard, he descended back to Earth where global defense systems had been activated and heroes positioned strategically around major population centers. Mirko was waiting at their compound, her posture tense but controlled as he landed beside her. Well, she demanded immediately. What happened? Who was it? Conquest, Izuku replied simply. My biological father. Mirko's eyes widened. Well, shit, that's unexpected. What did he want? To recruit me for Viltrumite internal politics, Izuku explained, leading her inside as he deactivated the global alert system with a command to his specialized communicator. Thrag's death has created a succession crisis. He thought having Thrag's killer as an ally would strengthen his position. And you told him to go to hell, I hope, Mirko said, her ears twitching slightly as they always did when she was processing something significant. I declined his offer and established Earth's status as my exclusive territory, Izuku confirmed. He accepted the arrangement with surprising readiness. Mirko's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Just like that? No fighting, no threats? That doesn't sound very Viltrumite from what you've told me about them. He recognized the strategic reality, Izuku explained. Attempting to challenge the being who eliminated Thrag would be inefficient when larger conflicts consume the Empire's resources elsewhere. He sat at their reinforced dining table, gesturing for Mirko to join him as he continued his analysis. The encounter provided valuable intelligence. The Empire is currently engaged in conflict with something called the Coalition of Planets, apparently organized resistance to Viltrumite expansion. This suggests potential allies should future confrontations with the Empire become necessary. Mirko shook her head slightly, a mixture of exasperation and affection in her expression. Only you would treat meeting your biological father for the first time as an intelligence-gathering opportunity rather than an emotional event. Izuku considered this perspective, recognizing its validity from a human standpoint. Conquest contributed genetic material to my creation, nothing more. He abandoned Earth without confirming conception. Any paternal claim is biological, not relational. Can't argue with that assessment, Mirko agreed, reaching across to take his hand, one of the few gestures of physical affection she displayed outside their private moments. So what now? We just wait for the next alien invasion? We prepare, Izuku corrected. Earth now has confirmed extraterrestrial contact and knowledge of at least two interstellar powers, the Viltrumite Empire and this coalition of planets. Strategic development should account for eventual interaction with both. He paused, something unusually contemplative entering his expression. Additionally, we should discuss offspring. Mirko nearly choked on the water she had been drinking. Excuse me? That's quite the conversational pivot. It's logically connected, Izuku explained matter-of-factly. Meeting Conquest reinforced the value of genetic continuity. My hybrid vigor provides advantages neither humans nor pure Viltrumites possess. Offspring combining my hybrid genetics with your enhanced quirk capabilities would represent optimal evolutionary progression. Mirko stared at him for a long moment, then burst into laughter. You know, most guys just say they want to start a family because they love their partner and want children, only you would frame it as optimal evolutionary progression. That phrasing is accurate, Izuku stated, though there was the slightest softening around his eyes, the closest he came to humor. However, the emotional component is not absent. You are my chosen mate. Your strength, intelligence, and genetic viability are optimal. Our offspring would be significant. Mirko's expression shifted from amusement to something deeper, more serious. Are you sure about this? Earth is still adjusting to 1/2 Viltrumite. Adding more to the mix is a big step. Earth has accepted my protection, Izuku replied with absolute certainty. Establishing a genetic lineage ensures that the protection continues beyond my individual lifespan. It is the logical progression of territorial security. Well, when you put it that romantically, how can a girl resist? Mirko quipped, though her red eyes held genuine warmth. All right, alien boy. Let's create your dynasty of superpowered space rabbit hybrids. But fair warning, I'm not taking maternity leave from hero work until absolutely necessary. I would expect nothing less, Izuku acknowledged, the ghost of a smile touching his lips. Your combat effectiveness is part of your genetic appeal. As they discussed practical considerations of their decision, Izuku found himself experiencing an unfamiliar sensation, something beyond the analytical satisfaction of optimal outcomes or the territorial pride of established dominance. It was, perhaps, what humans would call contentment, the recognition that his existence had found its proper equilibrium. He had eliminated Earth's greatest internal threats. He had established his dominance over extraterrestrial challengers. He had secured diplomatic recognition of Earth's protected status from the Viltrumite Empire. He had identified and bonded with a genetically optimal mate, and now they would establish a lineage to ensure continued protection for generations to come. It was, by any rational standard, an ideal resolution to the journey that had begun with the emergence of his Viltrumite abilities years ago. Earth was his territory, acknowledged and secured. Its inhabitants existed under his protection, their safety guaranteed by his demonstrated willingness to eliminate any threat with maximum efficiency. If this arrangement more closely resembled benevolent conquest than traditional heroism, well, that was merely a matter of terminology. Results, not methods, determined success. and by any measure, Earth under his protection was safer than it had been under the previous hero system alone. The media might still call him a hero, governments might create special classifications to accommodate his methods, and humans might debate the ethics of his approach. But those were simply their attempts to reconcile his reality with their frameworks. The truth was simpler and more fundamental. He was Midoriya Izuku, half human, half Viltrumite, and Earth was his. Not by human laws or hero licenses, but by the most ancient and immutable law of all, the ability to protect what he claimed against all challengers, and he had proven that ability beyond question. 1 year later, Izuku stood on the observation deck of the newly constructed orbital defense platform, a joint project between global governments and his own resources, designed to provide early warning of approaching extraterrestrial threats. Beside him, Mirko cradled their 2-month-old son, Takeshi, whose green eyes and already evident strength confirmed the successful transmission of hybrid vigor to the next generation. The satellite network will be complete within 6 months, Izuku noted, studying the holographic display of Earth's growing defensive infrastructure. Combined with the ground-based detection systems, will have comprehensive monitoring of all approaches within 2 astronomical units. Fascinating. Mirko replied dryly, though her attention was focused on their son rather than the technical specifications. Tell me again why the 3 of us needed to make a family trip to space for this briefing. Takeshi should understand his inheritance, Izuku stated, as if the answer were obvious. Earth's defense is his birthright. Mirko rolled her eyes, but her expression was fond rather than truly exasperated. In the years since their decision to establish a family, she had adapted to Izuku's unique perspective on parenting, his determination to train their son from birth in both Viltrumite strength and human values, his insistence on exposing the infant to strategic discussions and defense briefings, his meticulous genetic monitoring to track the expression of hybrid traits. He's 2 months old, Izuku. He's more interested in milk than planetary defense systems at this point. Early exposure establishes neural pathways for later comprehension, Izuku replied, though he reached out to gently touch their son's cheek, one of the small gestures of affection he had developed since becoming a father. His cognitive development already exceeds human norms by 47%. Viltrumite traits are expressing strongly. The subtle pride in his voice was not lost on Mirko. For all his analytical detachment and Viltrumite efficiency, Izuku had revealed new dimensions since Takeshi's birth, a protective instinct that transcended even his territorial guardianship of Earth, a patience previously unseen when dealing with their son's human-like emotional needs, a willingness to adapt his expectations to accommodate the unique developmental pattern of a hybrid child. The world's adjusting well to the new normal, Mirko observed, changing the subject as she often did when Izuku became too fixated on their son's developmental metrics. Villain activity down 87% worldwide, international conflicts at historic lows, and global defense cooperation actually functioning for once. Fear is an effective motivator, Izuku acknowledged simply. The demonstration of consequences for threatening what I protect has established clear parameters for acceptable behavior. The demonstration he referred to had occurred 6 months earlier, when a coalition of international villains had attempted to challenge his authority through coordinated attacks on major cities. His response had been swift, precise, and characteristically final. The ringleaders eliminated with Viltrumite efficiency, their followers given one opportunity to surrender and rehabilitate. The message had been unmistakable. Earth operated under new management. Those who threatened its stability would not be captured, imprisoned, and released to threaten again. They would be removed permanently from the equation. Critics called it dictatorship, disguised as protection. Supporters called it the peace they had always wanted, but heroes had never been able to deliver. Most simply accepted the new reality. A world where the most powerful being on the planet had established clear, consistent rules backed by absolute enforcement. The UN Security Council approved your proposal for the Extraterrestrial Defense Initiative, Mirko continued, bouncing Takeshi gently as he began to fuss. Full funding, minimal oversight, exactly as you requested. Logical, Izuku replied. They recognize the necessity of preparation for future Viltrumite contact. The Empire's current distraction with the Coalition conflict provides valuable time to develop Earth's defenses. He turned from the observation window, his gaze settling on his son with unusual softness. By the time Takeshi reaches maturity, Earth will be better positioned to maintain its independent status, regardless of Empire politics. Mirko studied him for a moment, her sharp eyes catching the subtle shift in his demeanor. You're planning generations ahead, aren't you? Not just defense systems and satellite networks, but a whole dynasty of Viltrumite human hybrids to protect Earth long-term. Of course, Izuku confirmed without hesitation. Individual lifespans are finite, even for Viltrumites. Genetic continuity ensures sustained protection. He reached for Takeshi, who immediately grasped his father's finger with strength that would have broken an ordinary human's bones. He is the beginning. As they prepared to return to Earth, Izuku paused for a final look at the planet below, the blue-green world that had become his territory through choice rather than conquest, the homeland of his mother's people and now his son's birthright. He had not followed the traditional hero path that All Might and UA had initially envisioned for him. He had not conquered in the manner Viltrumites traditionally employed across the galaxy. He had forged a third approach: protection through demonstrated dominance, security through selective elimination of threats, peace through the clear understanding that challenging his authority carried final consequences. It was neither purely human nor purely Viltrumite. It was, like himself, a hybrid, and all the stronger for it. As their transport vessel began its descent toward Earth, Izuku held his son, the next generation of this new evolutionary branch. In Takeshi's green eyes, so like his own, he saw the future, not just of their lineage, but of Earth itself. The planet was his to protect, it would be his son's to inherit, and any force, terrestrial or cosmic, that threatened that legacy would learn what the Viltrumite Empire and Earth's villains had already discovered. Some lines should never be crossed. Some territories remained inviolable. Some protectors could not be challenged without final consequence. Earth had found its guardian. The universe would respect that claim or face the same efficiency that had ended All for One Thrag and every other threat foolish enough to test his resolve. After all, he was Midoriya Izuku, not quite human, not quite Viltrumite, but something new and ultimately superior, the perfect synthesis of two worlds, the protector who conquered, the conqueror who protected. And Earth was, irrevocably and eternally, his.
Much love to the legends who power up this community. You make all of this possible, and I couldn't do it without you. Let's turn up the energy and get into the shout-out. For our pro hero tier, holding it down on the front lines, we've got Javon McQuire. For our symbol of peace tier, the unstoppable squad repping hard, Alexander Thompson, Jaden Garrett, Remorse Furs, Blackvein, Greg Green, Justin Pontanel, Nicholas Barnes, Joshua Hedrington, Aaron Abercrombie, Drift SKE8R, Akeno Humejima, Corey Tokars, Jan, Zero Hope 3656, Devin Black, Rowdy Rich, Bionetarius V, King of the Pirates, Crow, Daniel Sharp, Roberto Ramos de Cristina, Dasher Games, Joe Bros, Aiden Schmidt, Mason Edwards, Ray Von Crimson River, Dante Alistar, Adam Yonkers, Blood Saints, Omar Cousin, Donna Cafe, Zeph, Assassin 24, Howie 60, Ignacio, Albert, Carlos Terry, Rafael Turan, Kevin Hall. And for our Hope of the Universe tier, standing tall as the ultimate champions, James, Chwanyan Thompson, Big Fro Pro, Juan, I'm Calver, Cozy. Massive respect and gratitude to every single one of you. You are the driving force that keeps this channel going strong. And that's how Izuku Midoriya became the hero the world needed but never expected. Still fighting for justice, but now with the brutal efficiency that only Viltrumite blood can provide. If this complete transformation of heroism through alien power left you wanting more brutal superhero reimaginings, smash that subscribe button and ring the notification bell. Drop a comment telling us which character you want to see get the Viltrumite treatment next. Until then, remember that sometimes the greatest heroes are the ones willing to kill. Thanks for watching.